How do you describe someone like Neil Bernard, who is a researcher, a CEO, a doctor, a psychiatrist, you probably didn't know that one, a professional musician,
Fabricator deployed.
an activist, a best-selling author? Maybe you describe him as someone who never sleeps? You know, how does someone rack up so many accomplishments like this in just one lifetime? I mean, any one of these things would be a huge accomplishment. Oh, you're a doctor? Really? You're a psychiatrist? You're a best-selling author? In addition to all that, he is the founder of the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. And there's so many things I could say about Dr. Bernard. He was just in the paper again Friday. I don't know, did any of you guys see that? The USDA has come out with a ruling that the dairy industry can no longer make a marketing claim that milk makes you thin or milk keeps you thin. Yeah. And the reason for that is Dr. Neil Bernard. Please give a hero's welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Neil Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. And thank you to Jeff and Sabrina for putting on a wonderful conference. Can we thank them? Thank you for all you do. Thanks for inviting me to come back. I want to talk about cheese. Can foods be addicting? There were some researchers at the University of Michigan, and they brought together 384 people, and they said to them, which foods give you problems? And what they meant was, which foods do you have trouble cutting down with? Which ones cause you to lose control? And just, even when you're full, you're still having more, and you just can't stop. Well, the number 5 food was ice cream. Number 4 was cookies. Number 3 was chips. Number 2 was chocolate. And number 1 was pizza. And I'm going to argue that it's not the olives. And it's not the crust. It's something about that gooey cheese melting all over it and piling higher. And is this not true? When you talk to people who go on plant-based diet, they say, you know, this is really great, except I really, really miss cheese. What is it about this? What's going on here? But you might love cheese, but it doesn't love you back. And I'd like to talk about that in this hour. It's fattening, it's addicting, and it causes lots and lots and lots of health problems, and people have really given it a pass. They've overlooked it. So what causes weight problems? You talk to other people about this, or you read a news article, and they will say it's soda. It's sugar. And soda, these are not health foods. But I'm going to put a question mark as to whether that's the reason for the obesity epidemic that we have been seeing. Because if you look at sweetener consumption over time, it went up a bit over time. And as of 1999, it started falling. Because people started buying bottled water instead of sodas to a large degree. And if you look at cheese, where's that going? Up and up and up and up. So which direction is obesity going? It's following the cheese. Well, what would that be? If you look at cheese consumption over time, in 1909, the Department of Agriculture started tracking what Americans eat. And in 1909, cheese was something Swiss people ate. We don't eat it in Peoria. The average American could not get through 4 pounds of cheese in a year. But what happened? In the 1960s and 70s and 80s, fast food chains came in. Pizza places came in. And so cheese became an ingredient in a lot of what people were eating from day to day. And by 2013, we were at 33 pounds of cheese every person every year. I'm not eating any. Somebody else is eating 60. So I'm going to argue that it's fattening for several reasons. Number 1, it's loaded with calories. And you probably know this already, but if you don't, this is my most important number. A gram of sugar, a gram is tiny, it's a 28th of an ounce. A gram of sugar has 4 calories. A gram of fat has 9 calories. Well, the leanest beef is about 29% fat. Chicken, not much better, about 23. Fish vary, some are lower, some are higher. But if you look at plant foods, they're pretty low in fat, which is why they're not very high in calories. So where is cheese? 70% fat. If it were any worse, it would be Vaseline. So, okay, there is Coke Zero, so you could actually have a soda without any calories at all. But is there Cheddar Zero? I don't think so. All right. So, secondly, fat in foods adds easily to your body fat. Here's what I mean. Let's say you ate a little bit too much bread. Would that go to body fat? Not really, at least not at the beginning. The carbohydrate that's in bread breaks apart, and it goes into your bloodstream, and it powers your muscle activity. It powers your brain. It's the fuel that your body runs on. Let's say I overdo it. I eat a lot more. Let's say I'm an athlete and I'm carbo loading. I'm eating lots and lots of bread and pasta. Does it go to fat? No. The reason athletes eat it, so much of it, is because it goes into their muscles and is stored as glycogen, which are batteries that you need when you're active. Also in your liver, glycogen is stored there too. Now, theoretically, you can build fat from carbohydrate. But even if you ate the entire loaf of bread and it was more than you needed and your glycogen stores were all filled, if you made fat from it, even that, to make bread into fat is hard for your body. And it uses up about 25% or so of its calories just to try to make it. Now, on the other hand, cheese can go very easily to fat because it's already fat. It doesn't really require much of any conversion. You eat it, it goes into your blood, stores as fat. Okay? Number 3. Fat slows your metabolism. Here's what I mean. This is a muscle cell. And the reason I'm showing you a muscle cell is you hear people say, don't lose your muscle mass. Your muscles are your calorie burners. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So inside your muscles are mitochondria. Do you remember the mitochondria from high school biology? Those are your calorie burners. You have a lot of them. But you also have little bits of fat. Now, doctors hate words like fat because it only has one syllable, so we'll call it intramyocellular lipid, but it's fat inside your cell, and if you ate a little bit too much chicken fat or beef fat or Velveeta or fryer grease for that matter, the fat builds up inside your cell.
Another wave down.
When that happens, the cell says, fantastic, this is great. I've got some fat that I can store up. And if we happen to have a famine sometime, I'm sitting pretty. I got a lot of stored calories. Now, if the mitochondria burn it all up, it's gone. So when fat comes into the cell, the body turns down the production of mitochondria to keep the fat. And your metabolism slows down to preserve this fat richness that just came in.
So I know you.
And that's the opposite of what you want. You say, wait a minute, I just ate too much. Why are you storing it? You've got to get rid of it. The body was programmed a long time ago when there were such things as famines. So if you ate a big fatty thing, your body says, I'll keep that. And as the years go by, the metabolism you had when you were 12 is just no longer there because the mitochondria have been disturbed. So, if I'm on a low-fat vegan diet, time goes in the opposite direction. Okay, number 4, cheese does not have fiber. Now, fiber is the most boring word in this lecture. I apologize. Fiber is big stuff, though. Fiber is plant roughage. It has effectively no calories. And so when I eat high-fiber foods, it fills you up, makes you think you've eaten a lot of foods, but the fact is you haven't really eaten very much. So fiber tricks the brain into thinking you ate a huge amount of food. But Velveeta has no, it's not a plant, it has no fiber at all, so every last calorie in it you get, okay? So here's the fiber. Baked beans have 5 grams, broccoli and other vegetables another 5 in a cup. An apple has about 4, oranges 3, bananas, brown rice 4 grams, but cheese none. Yogurt none, milk none, meat none. Animal products don't have fiber. Okay, very simple. And 5th, a lot of people are not aware of this. Cheese has a lot of sodium. It's one of the highest salt foods that there are, and it adds water weight. And so you can build up a couple of pounds of this. Now, an orange has sodium, about 1 milligram in a typical orange, an apple about 2, a cup of brown rice, maybe 20 or so, a potato, 13 milligrams of sodium in a typical potato. Potato chips have the sodium added, and they're up at 330. 1 serving of cheddar is 350, and a serving of Edam is 500, and Velveeta weighs in at over 800 milligrams of sodium in just 1 single serving. Okay, so why is cheese fattening? It's high in calories. The fat adds to your body fat. It slows down your metabolism day by day. It doesn't have any fiber at all to control your appetite, and it adds a little extra. It has a lot of sodium, so you're carrying 2 or 3 extra pounds of water, just making your knuckles a little bit smoother and making you feel heavier and bloated. Okay. Now, you've heard about the Adventist Health Study. Researchers have studied Seventh-day Adventists for years because church teachings say, don't smoke, don't drink, avoid caffeine, don't eat meat. And almost all Adventists are very good at the first 3. They're non-smoking, non-drinking, health-conscious people, but some eat meat and some do not. And that sets up a perfect natural experiment that researchers can take advantage of. So the Adventist Health Study 2 brought in not quite 61,000 people, and they were all over 30, and they split them into 5 groups based on the diets that they normally followed. And they looked at everyone's body mass index. Are you familiar with that, BMI? It's just your weight, based on, but adjusted for how tall you are. And so a healthy BMI is below 25. So the band on the left, the red band there, those are non-vegetarians, or basically meat eaters. And their BMI was not below 25, it was 28.8. And the next group were people called semi-vegetarians, meaning they ate meat but only once a week or less. A little bit slimmer. The third group, the pesco-vegetarians, pesco meaning... Okay, all right, fish. They're not eating any meat except for fish. They're a little bit slimmer. And then the lacto-ovo-vegetarians, a little bit slimmer too. And then that 5th group, I always have to tell my patients that a vegan is not a person from the planet Vegas. But they are not only a lot slimmer, but they're actually the only group smack in the middle of the healthy weight range. And so now, let's compare the lacto-ovo-vegetarians and the vegans. I am going to argue that cheese is one of the biggest contributors to the extra weight that we see with the lacto-ovos, and that difference is roughly 15 pounds. Yeah. Make sense? Okay. So what the heck is cheese? Well, you start with milk. This is from Widmer's cheese factory in Teresa, Wisconsin. The milk comes in the morning, and they pour it in this big tub, and then they add some bacteria. And that gives it that kind of funky smell because it's fermenting the sugars that are in the milk, the lactose sugar. Then they add rennet. And you know about rennet. This is the enzyme that is in the 4th stomach of a newborn calf who is dead. And you remove the rennet enzymes and plunk that in as well. Although, incidentally, that's a rather expensive and cumbersome source, so almost all rennet now in most factories is a genetically modified product that's used. But at the traditional places like Widmer's, they pride themselves on still using the calf. So then it coagulates and they drain out all the whey, which is this mixture of water and lactose and some other things. And then they start to squeeze out the extra water, and then you're left with cheese. And you add some salt to the top, and what you have done with this process is taken liquid milk and made it solid. That increases the calories, concentrates the protein, increases the cholesterol and fat, and greatly increases the sodium. So, why do I get hooked on this? Why do people love this stuff? Well, I'm going to argue it's 3 things. People like salty things, they like fatty things, and there's something called casomorphins in the cheese. I want to tell you about all this stuff. So salt is added in quite liberal quantities as cheese is made, and that's to kill the or stop the bacteria from continuing to ferment it into mush. So they throw a lot of salt in, and that kind of makes everything stop, and it adds a flavor that people like. The greasiness everybody is aware of when you're washing your hands after eating pizza, that dairy fat is all over your fingers. And I'm going to argue that people like the combination of fatty, salty. That's why we like French fries and potato chips. But casomorphins are interesting. They are opiates. Have you heard of these? These are opiates. When I say opiates, I mean that they are in the same chemical class as heroin, or morphine, or Demerol, or any kind of narcotic painkiller, but they form as the casein protein is broken down in digestion. A typical protein is a string of beads. You look at it under a powerful microscope. There's all these little amino acid molecules joined one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And you swallow this, and your digestive enzymes break it apart. And the individual beads go into your blood, and your body takes them, the amino acids, and makes new protein. Except dairy doesn't work that way. The casein molecule does give you some individual amino acids, but it also gives you these little strings. This will not be on the test. These little strings of 4, 5, 7 amino acids. They are biologically active. They go from the digestive tract into the blood. They pass the blood-brain barrier. They attach to the very same brain receptors that heroin would attach to. What are they doing there? These are casomorphins, casein-derived morphine-like compounds. I am going to argue that they are there because nature does not want to leave anything to chance. Baby cat says, "Hey, Mom, I don't think I'm going to nurse today. I'm going to go off into the woods with my friends. I'll see you on Thursday." Or if a baby, human baby, didn't like to nurse and turned away from the breast, that baby's not going to thrive. So when the body makes milk, it puts protein into it and water and some sugars in the form of lactose, some fat, some hormones, and a little bit of feel-good. Have you ever looked at the face of a nursing baby? They are so intent, and then they collapse into this slumber. And we say, isn't the mother-infant bond a beautiful thing? You just drugged the kid. So, anyway, I am arguing that this is part of the biological substrate of the mother-infant bond. And of course, nature said, don't worry, all mammals are weaned. You know, once you no longer need breast milk and you can eat on your own, you're not going to have milk. Humans are so creative that we figured out you never have to be weaned. And you can get casomorphins all your life in enormous quantities. And that's what it's all about. Making sense? Okay, so this is morphoceptin. This casomorphin has about 1/10 the receptor binding power of pure morphine, meaning goes to the brain, attaches, gives you a little bit of feel-good. I think I'll have some more of this, okay? Now, what I have just told you is not secret. The dairy industry has known all about this, and they've done the research on it. And they want to take advantage of it. So, working with the U.S. government, the dairy industry has decided to get people hooked on cheese. I want to share with you some slides. These are not my slides. I got these from through the Freedom of Information Act from the U.S. government. In the year 2000, the U.S. government, working with Dairy Management, Inc., held something called the Cheese Forum. And they wanted to unleash an interesting plan. This is morphoceptin. This casomorphin has about 1 salty things. They like fatty things. And there's something called casomorphins from continuing to ferment it into mush. So they throw a lot of salt in, and that kind of makes everything stop, and it adds a flavor that people like. The greasiness everybody is aware of when you're washing your hands after eating pizza, that dairy fat is all over your fingers. And I am going to argue that people like the combination of fatty, salty. It's why we like French fries and potato chips. But casomorphins are interesting. They are opiates. Have you heard of these? These are opiates. When I say opiates, I mean that they are in the same chemical class as heroin, or morphine, or Demerol, or any kind of narcotic painkiller. But they form as the casein protein is broken down in digestion. A typical protein is a string of beads. You look at it under a powerful microscope. There's all these little amino acid molecules joined one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And you swallow this, and your digestive enzymes break it apart. and the individual beads go into your blood, and your body takes them, the amino acids, and makes new protein. Except dairy doesn't work that way. The casein molecule does give you some individual amino acids, but it also gives you these little strings. This will not be on the test. These little strings of 4, 5, 7 amino acids. They are biologically active. They go from the digestive tract into the blood. They pass the blood-brain barrier. They attach to the very same brain receptors that heroin would attach to. What are they doing there? These are casomorphins, casein-derived morphine-like compounds. I am going to argue that they are there because nature does not want to leave anything to chance. Baby calf says, "Hey, Mom, I don't think I'm going to nurse today. I'm going to go off into the woods with my friends. I'll see you on Thursday." Or if a human baby, didn't like to nurse and turned away from the breast, that baby's not going to thrive. So when the body makes milk, it puts protein into it and water and some sugars in the form of lactose, some fat, some hormones, and a little bit of feel-good. Have you ever looked at the face of a nursing baby? They are so intent, and then they collapse into this slumber. And we say, isn't the mother-infant bond a beautiful thing? You just drugged the kid. So, anyway, I am arguing that this is part of the biological substrate of the mother-infant bond. And of course, nature said, don't worry, all mammals are weaned. You know, once you no longer need breast milk and you can eat on your own, you're not going to have milk. Humans are so creative that we figured out you never have to be weaned. And you can get casomorphins all your life in enormous quantities. And that's what it's all about. Making sense? Yes. Okay, so this is morphoceptin. This casomorphin has about 1/10 the receptor binding power of pure morphine, meaning goes to the brain, attaches, gives you a little bit of feel good. I think I'll have some more of this, okay? Now, what I have just told you is not secret. The dairy industry has known all about this, and they've done the research on it. And they want to take advantage of it. So, working with the U.S. government, the dairy industry has decided to get the cheese. I want to share with you some slides. These are not my slides. I got these through the Freedom of Information Act from the U.S. government. In the year 2000, the U.S. government, working with Dairy Management, Inc., held something called the Cheese Forum. And they wanted to unleash an interesting plan. Can we trigger the crave? Here's what they mean. They decided you could call some people cheese cravers, and others were enhancers. The enhancers, that's a person who takes a little bit of cheese and puts it on your salad. We don't want you. A craver opens up the refrigerator door, breaks off a big chunk of cheese, and stuffs it in their mouth and piles it all over their pizza, and that person can double or triple their cheese intake depending on how you do your marketing. That's the group we want. And that's who the government, again, these are not my slides. These are U.S. government slides. This is exactly what they decided to do. So what do we want our integrated marketing program to do? We want to trigger cheese craving. How do we do that? You don't go to every little intake depending on how you do your marketing. That breaks up. They decided you could call some people cheese cravers. And others were enhancers. The enhancers, that's a person who takes a little bit of cheese and puts it on your salad. We don't want you. A craver opens up the refrigerator door, breaks off a big chunk of cheese, and stuffs it in their mouth and piles it all over their pizza, and that person can double or triple their cheese intake depending on how you do your marketing. That's the group we want. And that's who the government, again, these are not my slides. These are U.S. government slides. This is exactly what they decided to do. So what do we want our integrated marketing program to do? We want to trigger cheese craving. How do we do that? You don't go to every little ma and pa restaurant down the block and say, would you please feature cheese? If you could get it in front of people, they might get hooked on this. That would take forever. What the government did was very smart. fast food chains make decisions from their central headquarters, and those decisions affect every community in America, what's available. So the U.S. government made a contract with Wendy's, which I can show you if you want to see. And they marketed something called the Wendy's Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger, and as a government program. And it sold 2.25 million pounds of cheese just during the promotional activity. This is good. Really easy, one contract, and I am selling cheese like crazy. So they then worked with Subway, which had 2 sandwiches that didn't include cheese. They fixed that. They worked with Pizza Hut to make the ultimate cheese pizza, which has an entire pound of cheese on one serving. Burger King, Taco Bell, they put a hat on you that says, the power of cheese. And they would say, okay, when people go through the drive-thru, don't just say, welcome to Taco Bell. Say, would you like to try a quesadilla today? Use the power of suggestion at every opportunity and make sure the cheese is on every item on the menu. Now, I am going to argue. By the way, don't get paranoid. This is the way the government works. This is what they do. They are working with industry to promote American agricultural products, and the health consequences which flow from this are completely secondary in their mind. Okay, now I'm going to argue that just because something is fattening is not necessarily worrisome. Lard is fattening. I mean, it's got 9 calories in every gram. It's very, very fattening, but who wants it? People don't eat a huge amount of lard. And I'm going to argue that if something is addicting, that's not necessarily a problem. Coffee is addicting. Tea is, it's got caffeine, but no, that's not necessarily good, but it's not going to make you weigh 1 million pounds. But if something is fattening and addicting, like cheese, now we're talking about a major contribution to obesity. Well, what about health problems? Let's talk about a few. This is Catherine Lawrence. Some of you may know Catherine. Catherine is one of our Food for Life instructors, and I got to know Catherine because she grew up in Louisiana. She was an aerospace engineer working for the Air Force, and she went to Iraq, was one of the first people to go into Iraq because she designed military bases. And working over in Iraq, she was working very hard, eating the rations that they had available, and you don't gain weight that way. She came home after her tour of duty, and her friends all took her out to eat all the time, and she loved her Louisiana foods, especially cheese, Cheetos. In fact, one of her friends found out that she loves macaroni, those macaroni and cheese boxes that college students live off of. She had a special thing for them, so a friend of hers gave her an entire case. And for 48 days straight, she ate macaroni and cheese boxes. Well, Catherine said, there's something wrong with me. She started gaining weight, and she developed a condition called endometriosis. Is that a familiar word? Your stomach hurts, and it especially goes with your period, with your menstrual cycle. And what's happening is the cells from the lining of the uterus have sneaked out and are elsewhere in the abdomen, and they're swelling and contracting and swelling and contracting, and they cause terrible pain, and it can lead to infertility. And as it was getting worse and worse and worse, her doctor said, Catherine, I know you wanted to have kids. You're not going to have kids. I got one treatment for you. You need surgery, you need a hysterectomy. Well, hold that thought. A friend of hers said, dairy's got hormones in it. And why don't you try a plant-based diet? Here's the science of it. A cow does not give milk unless the cow has been pregnant. And like all mammals, they're pregnant, they give birth, and the milk comes out. Okay, so as the pregnancy proceeds, hormones are produced in the body of the cow, and you can measure them in the blood plasma. It goes up, and these hormones end up in the milk. There they go. And most of the milk that anybody ever drinks, or that is on the shelves of any grocery store in America, most of it comes from pregnant cows, because they're impregnated annually. They're kept pregnant. And they have a lot of estrogen in them that's a match for your estrogen. And does this affect you? Would this affect a woman? Well, I don't know. But researchers have looked into this, and what they found is interesting. Some Australian researchers in 2010 brought in a group of women who were postmenopausal, meaning shouldn't be having a lot of estrogen in your blood no matter what. And they put them into 4 groups depending on how much dairy they ate. And the group on the left was the people who were the dairy avoiders. And the other 3 bars are the people who had dairy as a regular part of their life. And what seems to really make the difference is, do you have it or do you not have it? Once people are having a substantial amount, they tend to have a lot of estradiol in their blood. Men, don't go to sleep. Researchers at Rochester, New York, went into a fertility clinic, and they interviewed men and said, are you a low cheese eater, half a serving a day, no more than that? Or are you a big cheese eater, like a serving, 2.5 servings a day? And they looked at their sperm counts, and the people who tended to avoid cheese had better sperm counts. The people who were big cheese folks had pretty low sperm counts. Now, is that because there are female hormones from the milk because the cows are pregnant and so you're getting estradiol with every glass of milk? I don't know. But Catherine said, let me give this a try.
Got 30 seconds to recruit.
She went totally vegan, and she went back to the doctor. The doctor did another laparoscopy, and he looked around in her abdomen, and he looked, and he looked, and he looked, and he stopped, and the procedure was over. The doctor walked out to the waiting room and said to her husband, this is a miracle. Her endometriosis is, for all intents and purposes, gone. And her husband said, well, you know, it's amazing. I didn't really think the diet would work, but she's felt better and better and better, and it's amazing. And the doctor said, no, there is no way that diet could do that. This is a miracle. Medical science works in wonderful ways. She lost weight. Her endometriosis disappeared. She's got 2 kids. And she's now one of our Food for Life instructors. She goes around sharing her story and letting other people know that it's worth seeing if asparagus can help. Okay, so there's Catherine today. This is Mark Ramirez from Detroit. Mark grew up in Texas, and he was recruited to the University of Michigan to play football. And if you weigh 300 pounds, that's a pretty good thing if your job is to tear a hole in the defensive line. However, after his athletic career ended, he was unable to shake the weight. And he laid into cheese and meat in a pretty big way. He gained a lot of weight. He developed diabetes. His blood pressure went up. And he had erectile dysfunction, which a lot of guys have. And as you know, or maybe you don't know, erectile dysfunction is not caused by performance anxiety. Erectile dysfunction is a sign of narrowing arteries. In the same way as narrowed arteries can affect the heart or the brain, they affect any part of a man's body. And all that Viagra does is take those arteries that have been narrowed by years of a bad diet and try to open them up a little bit more. That's all it does. And so anyway, these are the problems that Mark had, and he was on a lot of medications. And I want to walk you through where the diabetes comes from. Because this is the same cell I showed you earlier. But if you have diabetes, you have glucose, sugar, in your blood, which is trying to get into the cell to give energy to the cell. That's what glucose is for. And the problem in diabetes is instead of getting into the cell, the glucose is building up in the bloodstream, and you measure it. If it would get into the cell, everything would be fine. To get the glucose into the cell, you need insulin. Insulin is like a key. It's a hormone made in the pancreas and goes into the blood, and it arrives like these little keys to the surface of the cell and attaches to that red receptor. And once it does, just like a key in a lock, it causes these channels to open up. And there they go. There's the glucose coming into the cell. That's what's supposed to happen. And if you have diabetes, if you have type 2, you've got glucose, you've got insulin, you've got receptors, you've got everything. But you've also got intramyocellular lipid, fat building up inside the cell, and that causes the signaling not to work. It's like when I was a kid growing up in North Dakota, we had some of the neighbor kids would play a trick. You're not home, and they sneak up to your front door, and they put a tiny bit of chewing gum in your front door lock, and then they run and hide behind a bush. And you get home, and you take your key, and you put it in the...
Don't give up!
You put your key in the lock, and it doesn't work. And you look at the key and it's fine. but you're either condemned to walking in and out your window for the rest of your life or calling somebody to clean the key out. It's a practical joke. Anyway, you don't have gum inside your cells. What you have is fat. And typical diabetes treatments ignore that. They don't deal with that fat. But on a plant-based diet, when you get the fat out of your diet, the fat starts to diminish inside the cells. That causes the signaling to be able to work again. And if you can get that signaling working, the diabetes can improve, and in some cases go away. And that's what happened to Mark. Mark got better and better and better and better, and finally his doctor said, Mark, I don't know what you're doing. Your blood sugar is too low to need any medication. And at some point, they erased the diabetes diagnosis. It's all gone. And he's stuck with it, and years have gone by, and he's slim, and he doesn't have diabetes or any of these health problems anymore. Okay, let's talk about asthma. This is Chad from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. He lived right on the water with his brother and his family. And Chad was a very active kid. He loved sports, but he could not get through a baseball game because asthma would kick in after the exercise or all the pollen that he was breathing in. And he had every kind of allergy. He was allergic to dust and all kinds of environmental things and animals. If he would go to a friend's house, he couldn't handle the dogs and the cats. And somebody, when he was about 18, said, hey, could it be dairy products? Why don't you get away from dairy and just see? And he did. He tried it. And within about 3 months, not only was his asthma completely gone, but so were his allergies. And what's this about? Somehow, avoiding these antigens from dairy made his body react in a different way. So scientists have looked into this question. Could dairy products actually contribute to asthma? And if you go on Google and you type in asthma dairy, and the very first thing that comes up in your search is from the National Asthma Council of Australia, which has very helpfully gone straight in and answered this question for us. Dairy foods have often been suggested as a common trigger for asthma. But there's little scientific evidence to support this myth. And unfortunately, most Australians are missing out on the health benefits that come from consuming milk, cheese, and yogurt, as they don't include enough dairy foods in their diet. Wait a minute. Just starting to smell a little bit funny, isn't it? So I'm going to click on this website and see who sponsors them. And Dairy Australia is one of 6 sponsors, and the other 5 are drug companies. One makes money if you buy the cheese, and the others make money if you stay sick. So I looked at the report that they had quoted. They gave references to the studies that supposedly show that it doesn't work. And they weren't very big studies, but I looked at one. One was from New York University in 1991. Had 11 adults. They all had asthma, and they drank either whole milk, skim milk, or water. And what they showed is if they drank whole milk, their ability to have gases pass through their lungs got progressively worse from the milk. And they thought it had to do perhaps with the fatty milk. So cheese would even be worse. Then there was a UK study from the United Kingdom. It was kids. They were between 3 and 14 years of age, and they gave them a milk and egg-free diet for 8 weeks. And the way you test this, if you know anybody who has asthma, if you have it yourself, you try to see if the kid can breathe out, if they can have good expiratory flow, because that's what tends to go bad. And what they showed is that if they went egg and dairy free, their ability to breathe out was much, much, much better. It really helped them clear up. Now, this was a study that went over 8 weeks, and it just so happened that Easter was in the middle of that period. So they went to the chocolate factory and said, okay, do you have non-dairy bunnies for us? Which they did. And these kids got a lot better. Bottom line is I couldn't find evidence that set this aside. People haven't really looked at it very much at all because no one's making money if you stop consuming milk. But all the evidence I have seen and lots of individual cases have suggested probably worth trying. So there's Chad. Chad's allergy-free, asthma-free. He's got a dog now. He's not allergic to his dog or anybody else's, and he's been working with Ruby Cooking School, which some of you know. They have a terrific program called Culinary RX, where doctors can say, let's guide you into using this nutritional technique to see if you can't get better. Migraine headaches. A lot of people have migraine headaches, unfortunately. This is Lauren. Lauren was an attorney. She was 23 years old, and in law school, one day, her vision started to narrow, and she got this intense sledgehammer on half of her head, and she was sick, nauseated, and vomiting. And she was not surprised because she had a family member who had exactly the same symptoms, and this is a migraine. The word comes from hemicrania, a Greek word that means half your brain, half your head, because it's often a one-sided headache. Very severe, long-lasting. If you move or if you're in too much light or too much sound, it just drives you crazy. And this can last overnight. It can last for a couple of days, and it interferes with everything you're trying to do. And everybody who has migraines has heard about these trigger foods. Aged cheeses, sausage, fermented foods, and what they are telling you, as every website on asthma will say, is that these foods have tyrosine, which converts to tyramine, and that tightens up your brain. True. However, we have seen a lot of people have migraines that are triggered by other things too, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that. And at the Hospital for Sick Children in London, back in 1983, they started exploring this. They brought in a group of kids, 88 kids, and they put them on an elimination diet, not just eliminating dairy, but other common allergens. And 78 of the kids were completely headache-free, and 4 had a partial improvement, so this is good. Now, in adults, I don't see quite that degree of success, but we do see it up to about 50%. And there are a number of triggers other than dairy that sometimes can be implicated. But I think dairy seems to be the most commonly reported one. And if you're dealing with migraines and can't function and are stuck on medications day after day, it's really, really, really worth it to get the dairy out of your diet and see how you do. So, Lauren's got no migraines anymore. All right, let's talk about rheumatoid arthritis. If you look into your joints, if you've got arthritis, the joints are inflamed. The synovial lining is looking ugly. It's inflamed. It's inflamed because it's being attacked by the immune system, which has been alerted by some protein that got into your body. That's how the immune system works. A virus comes in, the proteins on the virus trigger an immune response. This may not be a virus. It's some other kind of protein that got into you. And what proteins do people get? Well, dairy proteins are one of the ones that people are sensitive to. So researchers have looked into this, and starting with an individual case report back in 1985, there's one girl. She had terrible juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, and a doctor said, a thoughtful doctor said, get away from dairy, this could be it. Symptoms completely remitted. And then she went and visited Grandma, who would give her milk chocolate candy. And her symptoms came back. And she got off it, and the symptoms went away. And then a pediatrician said, this can't be true. You should have milk for calcium. Her symptoms came back. And they went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and the pattern became inescapable. So they published the findings in the Journal of the Royal Society of Medicine, saying, here's one case. Maybe other people have diet-induced arthritis. And so triggers have been identified, not in everybody, but somewhere between 20 and 60% of people in research studies. And in Oslo, Norway, researchers brought in a group of people and started them on a juice fast, and then a vegan diet, and then a lacto-vegetarian diet. But within the very first month, they found clear-cut symptomatic improvement and reduction in biomarkers as well. Less pain, less tenderness, less swelling. And then John McDougall in Santa Rosa used just a vegan low-fat diet and found that within a 4-week time frame, you saw improvements, particularly in people who are relatively new to having rheumatoid arthritis. Okay. Prostate cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer that we have, obviously. And for many, many years, researchers have said, this is something, that it goes with milk. That the countries that have the highest milk consumption, that's on the right-hand side, they've got the most prostate cancer. Well, at Harvard, the Physicians' Health Study said, in our group of 21,000 physicians, it's true, 2.5 servings of dairy products a day, every day, increases your risk of prostate cancer about 34%. They did another study called the Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. Same thing. The more milk, the more prostate cancer. In this case, 60%. So what we believe is happening is that the hormonal effects from the milk trigger either the initiation of cancer or more likely the aggressive growth of cancers that happen to form. So rather than having those cancer cells die, they grow and they promote their spread is promoted. Now this is Chicago. In the Chicago Health and Aging Project, researchers looked at what might be the scariest disease of all. They brought in hundreds of men and women and asked them what they ate, and then as the years went by, they looked to see who developed Alzheimer's disease. And the very first foods that they keyed in on were things I knew all about as a kid growing up in North Dakota. My mom had 5 kids, and we would come down to the kitchen. My mother took a fork, and she'd put the bacon out of the pan into these paper towels to cool down. And then when there was no more bacon in the pan, she would carefully lift that hot pan and pour the grease into a jar. Did your mom do that? She was going to save it. And she didn't put the jar in the refrigerator. She just put it on the shelf because when bacon grease cools down, what happens to it? It hardens, it solidifies, and that's a sign that it's loaded with saturated fat, bad fat, the fat that raises your cholesterol. And then, of course, the next day she would spoon it back into the frying pan to fry eggs in it. It's amazing any of her children lived to adulthood, but that's what we did. But the number one source is not bacon. The number one source is dairy products. And meat is number 2. And some people in Chicago eat relatively little saturated fat, around 13 grams a day. Some people eat a lot, 25 grams a day. And the researchers then said, okay, are these groups the same with regard to whether they get Alzheimer's disease? And here's the numbers. There's the people eating relatively little saturated fat, their Alzheimer's risk. There's the people eating a lot. They did it again, looking at trans fats, the fats that are in snack foods. And what they showed is it's almost identical to heart disease. If you were eating the bad fat, you're at high risk. If you avoid it, you're at low risk. It's amazing. And what this shows us is those of us who have thought up until now that Alzheimer's is entirely genetic. Genes are in 2 categories. There are the dictator genes that give orders. You will have blue eyes. But the genes for Alzheimer's disease are more like committees. They make suggestions. You might get Alzheimer's disease, but it depends on your lifestyle. You might get diabetes. A lot of the disease genes are not dictators. It's not all or nothing. It depends in part on what you do, whether they express themselves. So cheese and other dairy products are by far the biggest source of saturated fat in the American diet. So even though people say get away from it, they don't go the next step and say don't eat the dairy products, which is giving it to you. Okay, I'd like to shift and talk about some of the things that are not related directly to health, but that are huge motivators for a lot of people. And if these are meaningful to you, I'd like to share with you some facts that you might not have thought about. When I go home to Fargo, which is where I grew up, I snap these pictures. There's beautiful cornfields as far as the eye can see. Identical plants, genetically modified corn that no human is ever going to consume. That's for cows and pigs and chickens. And you cannot raise 100. Americans eat 1 million animals every hour. You can't raise that much feed without fertilizer and irrigation and so forth. And if you're going to irrigate, it uses up a lot of water. And here are the numbers. If you brush your teeth and leave the water running the whole time, you could run as much of a gallon as maybe a gallon of water. If you take a good luxurious shower, maybe 20 gallons. You wash your car, 65 gallons. But just to produce 1 gallon of milk, the feed grain that has to go into that cow to lead to that gallon of milk, it requires irrigation of about 683 gallons. Okay? And that's just to grow 6 pounds of alfalfa. No human's going to eat that. That's all for cows. The fertilizer then that's been put on sort of trickles into the rivers and streams. The nitrogen and the phosphorus goes down the river. That causes an algae overgrowth, and other life forms are killed. And if you look at the very bottom of the Mississippi, where all that water comes down, below Louisiana and Texas, there is a dead zone that is as big as the state of New Jersey. And that's primarily because we are using fertilizers to grow things for animals to eat so that we can eat a little bit of food that you get from the animal. Okay? Now, climate change, I don't need to tell you. This was controversial 5 years ago. It's no longer controversial. Everybody knows that belching cows produce methane. By the way, it comes out this way, through their mouth. Their stomach is ruminating, making the methane, and they're just belching it out. And how much can they really make? Well, there are 100 million cows at any given time. And if you put all of them on the scale on this side and all the human beings in the United States on this side, the cows way outweigh us. And they're producing methane kind of nonstop, as well as other greenhouse chemicals. And cows produce one more thing too. This is a dung beetle. And the reason I'm showing you a dung beetle is the dung beetle has found creative things to do with dung. This is the Secretary of Agriculture. And if you go to a typical dairy, a cow produces in a day maybe 8 gallons of milk. And I'm going to use, not dung, but I'm going to use chocolate milk just as an example. They produce about 15 gallons of manure. In other words, for every gallon of milk, they produce 2 gallons of manure. Where am I going to put that? Well, for the man who has everything, you can get a manure digester. And you will see these at every dairy, and you can also subscribe to Manure Manager magazine. Have you seen this? It's great, and they also have the Manure Expo. This one was in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, but there's a whole world out there of people trying to figure out how to deal with manure and how to get rid of it and how to make money off of it. Ethical issues. There aren't any ethical issues with regard to dairy because they don't kill the cows, right? The cows give you milk. Well, if you go online, you can get from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization your guide to small-scale dairy farming. So how you can do this at home. And these are not my slides. These are UN slides with these very graphic illustrations. How we are going to get milk. You have to first get semen, and they use what they call an artificial, I'm not making this up, and this is not a Trump speech. If you take an artificial vagina is what they call it, and you extract semen from this bull, and then you take your left hand and put it into the cow's rectum. Every glass of milk you ever drank, or anyone ever drank, came from this process. You take your left arm, stick it into the cow's rectum. Through the rectal wall, you can feel the uterus. Then you take your right hand and pick up this knitting needle device that has the semen loaded into it, put it in through the cervix and shoot it, and then that will impregnate the cow at a moment that you then record in spray paint on the side of the cow. And 9 months later, she is going to, this is what it looks like, and 9 months later, she will give birth.
I'm coming for you!
However, if that calf is allowed to stick around with mom, that is going to defeat my industry because the calf is going to drink the milk and I can't sell it. So that calf goes into a wheelbarrow. And if he is a male, he's going to become veal very fast. If she is a female, I can use her. But I can't have her drink milk. I will give her milk substitute, and she will stay in this hutch until she is ready to be big and graze a little bit, and then she will be impregnated too. They're chained by the neck, so they can't say anything about whether they're impregnated or not, and they're impregnated every single year, and they produce milk until about 4 years of age, at which point they're really just kind of past their prime, and if I kill you and replace you with a younger cow, I get more milk per unit feed. So although the lifespan of a cow is much longer than that, they're killed by about age 4. This was from the Newburyport, Massachusetts newspaper. Strange noises coming from the high road near Sunshine Dairy Farm Monday night and into yesterday morning prompted local police to alert residents that there's nothing spooky or scary going on. According to Newbury Police Sergeant Patty Fisher, the noises are coming from mother cows who are lamenting the separation from their calves. That happens every year at this time. And if you go to a dairy, you will see the cow who was impregnated 9 months earlier is giving birth, and she's licking her calf, and the calf is cozying up to mom, and the farmer says, no, 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 and takes the calf away and puts him in a wheelbarrow, and the mother follows and tries to stop. And they have this fight, and then the farmer always wins, and the cows cry out night after night after night after night. And people in the dairy industry all are aware of this, and they call it a reflex. But there is no greater bond in any species than the bond between a mother and the baby. because if they were not bonded and didn't do everything that they could to nurture that baby, the species wouldn't survive. And the dairy industry requires that to be broken, because otherwise you can't sell this product that you inseminated that cow to produce. This is your product, not theirs. The females are then dehorned. The horns are cut off because they could hurt you. It's a process called dehorning or disbudding. If you get it early enough, they don't use anesthesia. So of course they kill them. This was May 2015. They sent about 200,000 cows to slaughter at that point. It's just all economics. Okay, am I cheering you up? Are there things that I can eat instead? Of course. It's so easy. I don't have to have that cheese, that pizza. They'll say that pizza. And of course, the miracle, you use nutritional yeast. You know, people eat it because it's got protein or whatever, but it happens to have this cheesy flavor that works great on a pizza or lasagna or whatever. And there are so many things that you can use to top a pizza. And there are a million ways to top a salad. It doesn't have to be cheese. And there are so many ways to make your lasagnas, all kinds of things. So instead of grilled cheese, hummus sandwiches. In Fargo, we never heard of hummus. But I'm kind of glad somebody showed me about it, because it's a very handy thing. So there are so many ways that we can replace this product and feel better about it. I've written a book on this called The Cheese Trap, because I was so taken by the fact that nobody knows any of this stuff, and they're kind of hooked on this product. And I am going to suggest that if we broke away from just this, that we go a long way toward conquering a lot of the health problems that have been bothering us a little bit. The foods that we want to focus on are the fruits and grains and legumes and vegetables. And if we really focus on those, I do think that we can change things. Now, you're going to say to me, wait. You're a dreamer. People love this stuff. And they are hooked on it, as you said. Who's going to ever stop? And there's a huge industry that is out there to fight you, because if you say there's a better option or vegan cheese, that's not going to work. They've got political clout, and they've got the government on their side. Here's why we are winning. A generation ago, I was sitting in my hospital, the George Washington University Hospital, and we were debating the question, could we ban smoking in the hospital? Patients love to smoke. You know, our patients could smoke in bed as long as the oxygen wasn't flowing. We sold cigarettes in the gift shop, and I bought them. I bought Merit menthols, and I would light up on the way down to the doctor's lounge. My chief of surgery was with me. He bought Marlboros, and we would smoke in the hallway. And we weren't stupid. We knew that cigarettes caused cancer, but we also knew that we had time.
Sorry.
It takes time. If I quit, eventually I'll be okay. So at some point we thought, wait a minute, time is up. We got to quit. In fact, we got to be good role models. Let's ban smoking from the hospital. But it was very controversial. There are big industries. There's a lot of people who want this stuff. Can we do it? We made the decision, and within 2 weeks we knew we were right. And every hospital did the same thing. In every restaurant, in every government building, in every other building, in every airline, they all made the same decision, and everybody knew that they were right. And this enormous political force, the tobacco industry, started to diversify. And they started to have other products because they can see the writing on. These are not stupid people, and they are not intentionally unethical people, at least not at the beginning. They got into growing tobacco because nobody knew when the tobacco industry first started that it caused lung cancer. But the industry is changing, and there's not a person on the planet who doesn't know. And in fact, it can be a cold February morning in Washington, D.C., and somebody in his shirt sleeves is finishing up the last puff on his cigarette outside before he's allowed into his non-smoking building. Well, that's where we are now with food. We know we got a problem.
Time's up. Enemy
We know
reinforcements.
that if we could change our diet in various ways, we get a benefit. And we know that when we look at our kids, they're the most unhealthy generation we have ever had. But I don't know. Food's so good. There's big industries. You can't really fight them. Time. We have to make some changes. And the way to make these changes is not to waggle our finger and make people feel guilty. The way to change it is to inform people and get the information into people's hands, which is why I love what is happening here at Veg Source, is we're getting information and exchanging it, and what works for you and what recipes are the ones that people like the best. And then you have fun with it. Chef AJ is a master at this. You can have fun with food and fun with tastes. And there are kind of ridiculous things about food, too. And there are some cool recipes, cool products, cool websites, cool books. And when you find these things, you show them, and it's not deprivation. It's an adventure. And people feel liberated to find things that they didn't know that they can take advantage of. And I am convinced that one February morning, not too long from now, there will be a man shivering outside his building in Washington, D.C., having the last bite off his chicken wing before he's allowed into his vegan building. And that's the day I want to see come. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Have a great lunch. We'll see you this afternoon. Thank you.
Delighted to have you back on the show. Your third appearance on the show. I think the last time you were on was at least about a year and a half ago at this point. Lots has happened since then. You've got this new book coming out, which we're going to talk about, Your Body in Balance, which is all about hormone health and the impact of nutrition and lifestyle on hormones and the downstream impact of that. We're interested in that. But before we dive into that, because it's so topical and top of mind, even though we're recording this well in advance of this coming out, I think it's important to talk about this, which is this study that came out recently that made headlines across the world, that in so many words basically said, keep eating meat, there's no link between your meat intake and any kind of disease. So walk me through this study, how those headlines came to be, and our response to it.
It was such a crazy scenario. What happened was the Annals of Internal Medicine published 6 articles from one research group headed by a guy named Bradley Johnston in Canada.
NutraRex, right?
NutraRex, whatever that is. Mm-hmm. So the first 4 of these 6 articles were meta-analyses. So there's nothing new. What they do is they took existing research and crunched it in a new way. And what they found in these 4 articles was, if you reduce your meat intake, you actually do cut your risk of cancer, cut your risk of a heart attack, cut your risk of stroke and diabetes. And it is not chance. It's statistically significant, meaning it's very unlikely that this is just some chance result. However, he did a 5th article where they looked at preferences and values, and they looked at prior studies of meat eaters, and they concluded meat eaters like meat.
Right.
And in fact, they think they need meat. Of course, a lot of meat eaters, where do I get my protein, that kind of thing. So then they did a 6th article, which was, what do we recommend? And what they recommend, I'm not making this up. They said the reduction in cancer and heart attack and stroke and diabetes isn't worth it if you have to give it. And so they recommended continue eating meat, including the most unhealthy forms like sausage and bacon, the ones that are clear-cut human carcinogens. And I have to say, I'm going to point a finger of blame at the journal, the Annals of Internal Medicine, because they were the one that back in 2014, remember Time Magazine had that cover story with butter on it, the big swirl of butter?
I'll never forget that cover.
It said, eat butter. That was
Butter's
from
back.
Same journal, they published an equally not so good meta-analysis saying they couldn't sort out the risks of saturated fat, so go ahead and eat butter. And then in 2016, 2017, they published another article saying sugar is okay. And that was, by the way, the same author.
It was Johnston.
That was him again.
Johnston or Johnston?
Johnston. And it then came out that he was taking money from the food industry.
Yeah, it was like a whole battery of conglomerates that included Coca-Cola, et cetera. He
Right.
did disclose it. Did he make the disclosure with that study, though?
Yes, I think so. I think so. But somehow it was sort of reported in the press, and it was a while before people caught on to the fact that, if you're going to say that Dr. Pepper is good for you, look who's paying for it. So they were kind of disgraced. So then this new thing came out. And the reason I'm going to blame the journal is that the Annals of Internal Medicine did not say these meta-analyses show that reducing meat would actually help you. And if you want to reduce meat, it will help you. Oh, by the way, this was just the benefit of reducing. What if you stop eating it completely? The benefits are even greater. And they didn't dive into things like, meat eaters might think that they need it or it's a source of protein, but there was nothing about what if you educate them? Is it not true that people are in fact changing their diet? I mean, look at the marketplace. Veggie burgers, everything's just taking off. So anyway, they issued a press release. And the press picked it up, saying new guidelines. There were no new guidelines. This is just Johnston's idea. And that you can just continue eating meat for good health. And I have to say, I contacted the editor. And she said, you're right. We went a little too far with that. We'll change it. I don't think they did change it at all.
Well, a couple things. First of all, wasn't there an initiative or an effort to prevent that from being published in that journal ahead of time? Because I think I'm on that email chain that I believe you're on as well from David Katz, and there was, how can, before it was published, there was an awareness that this was going to be coming out, and an effort to let this journal know that this was going to be irresponsible.
The journal sent out this press release. The journalists started calling experts. The experts were disgusted at this. They said, you're completely misinterpreting the science here. And so David Katz and many others, lots of others, wrote to the journal and said, think this through a little bit before you say that people should keep eating meat. Look at your own science and look at the body of science. They just
ignored that.
Ignored it. And I don't know if it was clickbait, or if there's some other reason. Journals do want a lot of controversy in the press. They like to have their name out there because it improves their what they call their impact factor compared with other journals. But then, when we dug into it a little deeper, the New York Times did a story saying, hey, wait a minute, this was the same guy who was funded for the sugar
It's
study.
like a couple weeks later that this article came out.
Right. But what didn't come out at the time, and what did not make the headlines, is that just 6 months before this article came out, Bradley Johnston had signed a deal with Texas A&M University's AgriLife program, which oversees all their beef promotion programs. And I know that your listeners have never heard of this, but it was very troubling. Texas A&M University in Texas, they promote beef. And the head of that group is a guy named Patrick Stover, who signed an agreement with Bradley Johnston and came onto the project and became a co-author. And when you look at their disclosure forms, when you do research, you have to disclose your conflicts of interest. And they say things like, are you getting money from anywhere? The answer is no. Is there anything, even aside from money, that could look like a conflict of interest, like you run beef promotion programs, for example? No. They wrote, no, none of that. None of that came out.
Sorry to interrupt, but as I recall from that Times article, the letter of the law was that you have to disclose any conflicts of interest in the last 3 years.
Right.
And he had a deal, that same deal that he had that was with respect to that sugar study that he did, that had expired shortly beforehand, so it was a little bit outside of that window. So his response was, well, that was more than 3 years ago. I wasn't required to make that disclosure, but that's not in the spirit of what this provision is, which is to basically say, listen, is there anything that you've done or that could potentially compromise these findings?
That's right. And this new thing was totally current. It was current at the time.
And that was not in the New York Times article.
The New York Times didn't pick it up. And what I'm saying is the beef industry signs, or not the beef industry, Texas A&M University, which gets beef checkoff money and promotes beef heavily, signed an agreement with Brad Johnston's group. 6 months later, they come out with this study saying, eat beef. You don't want to give up beef, do you? And then the press goes, well, new guidelines, I guess. And it was really a sad situation.
So maybe I'm mistaken, but wasn't part of the study based on this built-in assumption that people are typically only eating meat like 3 times a week? So for their guidelines to suggest like keep doing what you're doing is disingenuous because most people are eating meat like 20 times a week. I mean, they're eating it probably twice a day.
They may be, and their own research did show that if you reduce meat consumption or you eat very little meat, you do better than if you eat a lot. And our research and that of many, many other teams show that if you just throw out the meat completely, replace it with healthier foods, you do dramatically better. So there was really not much question about getting away from meat is a good idea. But it was just the way that they characterized it in the guidelines they came up with, which were really meat friendly.
So in the wake of this article getting published in this journal, there was a bit of a kerfuffle, that resulted in these New York Times articles. But also, I think there was like 12,000 physicians that came out against this. American College of Cardiology, and of course, you at PCRM, you guys filed a petition with the FTC. So explain to me what that's all about.
The Federal Trade Commission regulates advertising, and a press release that goes out to the press to sell your journal and sell your website, that's advertising. So we went after the Annals of Internal Medicine. We filed a complaint with the Federal Trade Commission to say when you advertise yourself, saying you've got new guidelines that you can keep eating all the meat you want, whatever, we said that that's harmful to people and it's also false. Now, it may sound like it's a bit reaching to try to get the annals to be dragged to the FTC. However, we did exactly this with the dairy industry some years ago when they were advertising, if you're trying to lose weight and dairy is part of your diet, you'll lose more weight than if you're trying to lose weight and dairy isn't in your diet. You might remember these ads that dairy helps you lose weight. Well, there just was no good science behind that. And the Federal Trade Commission ruled in our favor on that, so we're going to do the same now.
Right. So what's the status of that at the moment?
At the moment, the FTC has it on their desk. Yeah. We'll see what we hear.
It's so crazy. I saw a tweet the other day from the Dairy Council or some milk-affiliated organization that said something along the lines of milk is better for hydration than water. To me, like if that's, I don't understand how that could possibly be, but that seems like a flagrant, violation of FTC guidelines regarding advertising.
There's lots of goofy stuff, and I have to tell you that goofy stuff comes out on a cycle. If it's a 5-year, like 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, that's when the goofy stuff comes out. Because the dietary guidelines for Americans are reformulated every 5 years. And so what we've been seeing is these articles saying, new studies show that eggs are good for you. There should be no restriction on dietary cholesterol. Dairy is good for you. Eat butter. So that was in 2014, going up to the 2015 guidelines revision. So what they're trying to do now, this Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee is meeting in Washington, and they're going to say what kids should eat in school and everywhere else. And so the beef industry, the dairy industry, the chocolate manufacturers, everybody is pushing on them with their guidelines that emphasize their product. And then the reporters dutifully parrot this message, and the public goes, oh.
That's a problem. I mean, that's interesting. So it's very much like a presidential campaign. Here we are in the lead up to this 2020 scenario in which the guidelines are going to get revamped, and there are vested interests that have a lot to gain or lose based upon what ends up in those recommendations.
I'm pleased to tell you that Ukraine was not involved in this.
We don't know.
I know. But I have to say, it is disheartening because we all imagine journal editors are sort of above the fray, and they just want to have the truth come out, and that they're not out there crafting an idea and whatever. But it's been creepy to see, I have to say.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing I've learned from our social media infused culture, it's just how hyperbolic the diet and nutrition wars are. And the front lines are being waged on Twitter, and you see the vitriol that goes back and forth between these respective tribes and camps. And it's, as somebody who's relatively steeped in all of this,
Right.
I get confused, and I wonder, like, who's who is being buttressed by who, and who's telling the truth, and can we really know with nutritional science what, with any sense of veracity, what is fact and what isn't, or and so for the average consumer, I mean, confusion is the product. Like the average person is just going to be left thinking, like, I can't trust any of this stuff because everyone's slinging arrows at each other all day long.
Yeah, which confusion sells. the meat the tobacco industry proved this.
Yeah.
The jury was in and out.
Doubt is our product.
There was no question that tobacco caused cancer. But if the tobacco industry could have some studies saying, well, there's some doubt here, some doubt there, they don't have to prove it's safe. Confusion is all you need to sell. And if you can say, well, what they did say in this case, bacon, sausage, I mean, these are the things that slam dunk the World Health Organization said they cause colorectal cancer, period. These new articles said, well, we're not 100% sure. The data are limited and whatever. So confusion really sells.
What do you make of this whole carnivore movement? Have you been paying attention to this at all?
Probably more than it deserves. I think this too shall pass.
Yeah. It's fascinating what's going on right now. And I think it's more incumbent than ever before for all of us to pay closer attention and read the news with a critical eye.
And also look for consistency of findings. If somebody tells you vegetables are not good for you, or an apple is going to hurt you, or beans, whatever. I mean, there's certain common sense things that we know. And the scientific studies are so clear and so uniform, from observational studies to randomized clinical trials and everything, that a plant-based diet is a healthy diet. The closer you get to an entirely plant-based diet, the better.
Well, here we are. You're on the precipice of releasing, it's like your 15th book, right?
Yeah.
You're a busy guy, which is amazing. So explain to me what drew your attention to hormonal health and why you've chosen to put a lens on this at this time.
Rich, I stumbled into this completely by accident. Because we think about food as affecting your weight or your cholesterol, right? I was sitting at my desk one day, and my phone rang. And it was a young woman who said, Dr. Briner, I can't get out of bed. I said, what's the problem? And many women have some menstrual pain, but for maybe 1 in 10 or so, it's off the scale, cannot function for a day or 2 days. And this was her. She said, my mother told me I should call you and you could help me. And so I said, well, I can give you some painkillers for a couple of days. But I started to think about what are cramps? And menstrual cramps, to put it simply, are the lining of the uterus is being thickened up every month in anticipation of pregnancy. And it's hormones, it's estrogen that does that. And if you have extra estrogen, female sex hormone, that uterine lining thickens up a whole lot more. And at the end of the month, it all disintegrates in menstrual flow. But as it disintegrates, that thick lining releases prostaglandins that cause cramping. So she's telling me her symptoms, and I thought, wait a minute. I wonder if you got too much estrogen in your blood somehow. And it ran through my mind that I remembered from Physiology 101 that your liver has a way of removing estrogen. It takes it out of the blood. Your liver filters your blood. It pulls it out and sends it down through the bile duct into the intestinal tract. And as long as there's plenty of fiber in your intestine, it just flushes all that estrogen away, the excess. If there's not fiber in your digestive tract, because you ate Velveeta for lunch, then those estrogens go back into circulation and your estrogen level stays too high. So I said to her, how about this? Let's try an experiment. I'll give you painkillers for a couple days. But for the next month, would you like to try a diet that might no animal products, keep oils really, really low, foods as natural as possible? 4 weeks later, she called me back and said, this is astounding. My period came, 0 symptoms, nothing. And then in the months that followed, same story. But then she loosened up her diet a little bit. The pain came back. So I thought, okay, that's one person. So I connected with our friends at the Georgetown University Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and we did a research study. We brought in a large group of women. They all had moderate to severe pain every month. We split them into a placebo group, effectively, and a vegan group. And it works. The first thing they noticed is that PMS was different. Bloating and water retention cut way down. And then mood changes that they had been bothered by were reduced. And then when we tracked their pain, it was fewer days and noticeably less intensity. So we thought, okay, that's really important. But Rich, I got to tell you something. In the course of this study, we told all the women, please don't take any hormonal preparations in the course of the study because it's going to goof up our results. And that includes birth control pills. So if you're sexually active, please use some other method because we don't want the hormones to interfere. One of the women said, don't worry about me. My husband and I gave up trying to have a baby years ago. And it's not him. We've been tested. It's me. I don't ovulate. She just was not releasing eggs on any kind of predictable basis. The second month that she was on the vegan diet, she came in and said, Dr. Barnard, I've got bad news and I've got good news. I said, what is it? Well, I'm leaving your study because I am pregnant. And she was pregnant. And about 8 years later, I was giving a lecture in a different city. And I didn't realize she had moved. She came to my lecture and told me about her 3 kids. What I'm saying is that hormones affect pain, they affect fertility, they affect hormone-related cancers like breast cancer, prostate cancer, so many things. And everybody is whirling these dials on their hormone levels by the food choices they make every day without having any conception of what is happening. So the reason I wrote Your Body in Balance is I thought, well, let's get your body in balance, because all of these things make people miserable. In some cases, they just make you miserable. In other cases, like hormone-related cancers, they can kill you. So let's get this information out there. And yes, if people want to buy prescription drugs, fair enough. If you need to have a hysterectomy for endometriosis, maybe. But if we can just change your lunch and your dinner and do it like that, let's do that.
Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty dramatic results. So walk me through, I mean, the first example that you gave was the impact of increasing fiber into that person's diet. But then the study that you conducted was going full vegan. So those are two different things. So let's maybe talk about just nutrition in general and its impact on hormonal health and kind of differentiate between those two things.
Okay. The reason that we went full on vegan is I gave you one example of fiber, but it's not all there is to it. This whole area started being studied, 20 years ago, maybe more, for cancer patients. Breast cancer patients have one thing on their mind, which is, I don't want my cancer to recur. And so researchers have looked at dietary changes that reduce estrogens for cancer patients. And they found two things. The first is fiber, which I mentioned earlier. A high fiber diet flushes these estrogens away, quite literally. But the other thing is fat. Animal fat, and even oils, vegetable oils. For a reason that I don't know the mechanism, we haven't figured it out. If I take a group of women and I put them on a fatty diet, their estrogen levels rise. And you can do both together. You can say high fiber, low fat, high fat, low fiber, and you can see estrogen levels going up and down very rapidly. So we thought, okay, I don't want any animal fat in your diet at all. That means it's vegan. But we went a step further and kept oils low. So what that means is that everything you're eating has fiber. Everything you're eating is from a plant. There's nothing in your diet that's not a plant. And so you're getting abundant fiber, very little fat, and we thought that would work the best, and it does.
Right. So high fiber, low fat, basically whole food, plant-based diet. And over the course of this book, you kind of go through a whole battery of different maladies that I think are really affecting so many people right now. I mean, breast cancer is like 1 out of 8 women or something like that. Like prostate cancer is 1 out of every 9 men. Infertility rates are insanely high right now. There's lots of opinions about what's contributing to that beyond hormonal health. Weight gain, thyroid, moods, hot flashes, endometriosis, which you mentioned, menopause, acne, fibroids, like the whole thing, right? So you make this decision to divide this book up into basically a couple different categories. The first is related to sex hormones and fertility and ovulation. The next relates to metabolism and mood. So why don't we just go through it? I mean, we're talking a little bit about sex hormones right now. But this fertility thing is super interesting. I mean, I'm sure you know, tons of couples that are having trouble conceiving, and IVF and the like are things that you're just hearing about more and more and more.
All the time. And I think there are a variety of contributors, and some may have nothing to do with diet, that's possible, or they may have to do with chemicals you're being exposed to without being aware of it. But diet is a big part of it. One of the obvious things is that people are gaining more weight than they used to, and they're gaining weight earlier. We see a lot of kids where childhood obesity has become a thing. And if you look at at what weight is your fertility the best, It's actually not when you're further overweight. The person might think, wow, if I'm overweight, that's going to be helpful in some way. When fertility for women is at its highest, it's on sort of the thin side of normal. You don't want to be overly thin. That's not good, but you definitely don't want to be overweight. Fertility is impaired. And why would that be? Because fat cells are not just little lifeless bags of calories. They are hormone factories. And this is also true in men. If you go to the beach, you see overweight men with their shirts off, and they've got some breast development. And that is because as they gain weight, their own body fat is making estrogens, causing breast tissue formation. So in a woman, you need a certain amount of estrogen. You don't need a huge boatload because that'll interfere with fertility. And then there's a dairy connection, which completely blew me away. The dairy, in this case, there are hormones in dairy. As you know, there are estrogens in dairy, and that's probably part of it. But the sugar in dairy products, lactose, breaks down in your body to release galactose, its breakdown product, and that's toxic to the ovaries. It's linked to ovarian cancer, it's linked to infertility. And the most amazing thing, if you look at countries that have the least dairy intake, they tend to have a pretty good preservation of their fertility in a woman who's from her late 20s to her late 30s. She's going to tend to maintain her fertility. You go to a place like the United States, where people consume a lot of dairy, there's this enormous drop in fertility between the late 20s and the late 30s. And it goes right along with galactose intake. So my point is, dairy doesn't do the body good.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. So in terms of addressing that, you have dietary protocols, but there's also lifestyle. It's like, look, you got to exercise, you got to lose a certain amount of weight. There's a whole section on chemicals, which I want to get into as well, because I think that's a big part of this that people don't talk a lot about. But what was amazing is the reversals that you're seeing. I mean, this book is filled with all these anecdotes of, patients that you've treated where the turnaround times are really quite rapid.
Yes, they are. In the menstrual pain study that I described briefly, where the women, their pain improved, that was in the second cycle, in 8 weeks' time. Will you get better if you go to 12 weeks? Sure, 16 weeks, yeah, absolutely. But the changes are quicker. And one of the stories, true story, that I have really been struck by was that of a woman named Catherine Lawrence, who was in the Air Force. Went to Iraq in 2003. She designed military bases. And when she got back home, her friend said, Catherine, what all did you miss when you were over in Iraq? Which foods did you miss? And she missed cheese. So she had a friend who gave her, I'm not making this up, 48 boxes, those little blue boxes of macaroni and cheese. For 48 days straight, she ate mac and cheese dinners that her friend gave her. So anyway, she gained weight. And she started to get pain in her abdomen. And it got worse and worse, and it worsened with her cycle in particular. And so eventually her doctor did a laparoscopy where you look into the abdomen with a little scope. And he gave her a diagnosis. And the diagnosis is endometriosis. That's where the lining of the uterus is shedding cells that travel up and implant all around the abdomen. And they cause pain because they swell with your cycle, but they also will strangle the fallopian tubes, causing infertility. Anyhow. A lot of women will have a trace of this. For some women, it is
debilitating.
Yeah, miserable. I'm talking about fistfuls of ibuprofen don't get you through the day.
And hysterectomy is basically the protocol.
That's
often, right?
That's what was recommended to her. And if painkillers and hormonal treatments don't work, that's kind of your option. And in fact, she scheduled her hysterectomy. However, before she could have it, a friend of hers said, Catherine, let's try a diet change. Maybe this will help you. Well, she went low-fat vegan. That was basically it, and it started almost immediately to get better. Like you were saying, Rich, that it wasn't a long time. And week by week, she was feeling better and better and better. She went back and had another laparoscopy. So the doctor looked around in her abdomen and then sewed her up. And the doctor went out to the waiting room to find her husband and said, this is really amazing. The doctor said, her endometriosis has effectively disappeared. And her husband said, I'm not surprised. She went vegan, completely changed her diet, and she's been feeling better and better and better. And the doctor said, no.
Can't be that.
It can't be that. The diet doesn't cause any.
If something was wrong with you, it would definitely be because of the vegan diet. But if something's good, it can't be that.
The doctor said there's only one explanation for this. This must be a miracle. So the doctor, I think, wrote miracle in her chart. And she never, she doesn't have endometriosis anymore. It went away. She never had the hysterectomy. She has 3 children now. And in fact, she joined the Physicians Committee's Food for Life group. And Catherine Lawrence lives in Dallas and now teaches other women how to take back their health. Now, let me be clear. I do want to say a word for not everybody necessarily gets better. There are all kinds, life is not fair. And there's some people who may have endometriosis or cramps or fertility issues or whatever, where a diet change only does so much good or maybe not at all. Those people should not feel ashamed.
They're not doing it right or something.
Our bodies are fragile. Things go wrong with it all the time, just like your car. It's not going to last forever for any of us. But we've got some tools that are so cool. and my message, and the message of Your Body in Balance, is let's use foods to get you into balance. Not a pill, not something else. Let's use diet and lifestyle.
I was just speaking with somebody the other day, a woman who is struggling to lose weight, and she feels like she's doing everything right. And she was telling me how she was going to go get a hormone panel done to try to figure out if there was something else that she wasn't seeing or wasn't being addressed. So talk to me about the implications of your hormones being out of whack, hormone haywire as you call it,
right,
on weight gain and the inability to shed pounds.
We've done a number of research studies where we've compared those kinds of diets. And the one that seems to cause the most consistent weight loss is one that has really 2 characteristics. One is it avoids the animal products, but the other thing is we do have to keep oils really low. Mm-hmm. And that's an important message because many people will look at what I'm going to call good fats, like avocados and nuts and things, and they are good fats. But if a person is struggling with their weight, those foods happen to be really calorie dense, and it's super easy for your body to absorb it. Some people can eat those foods with no difficulty at all, but some others, they'll just find that their weight loss starts when those foods are really minimized too. Another piece of this, though, there are some folks who, they go to the doctor, they say, I've really had this unexplained weight gain, or I just can't lose it. And my energy is not hot, not really very hot, and my hair is changing. There's something wrong with how I feel. The doctor says, I think we need to do a blood test. And the doctor comes out with a diagnosis of hypothyroidism. And your thyroid is at the base of your neck, and your thyroid regulates your metabolism. If your body needs more energy, your thyroid's the one that's going to give it to you. And if your thyroid is not behaving, you just don't have energy. Your metabolism is stuck in first gear. And 99 times out of 100, you get a prescription for thyroid hormone. And what I'm going to say is that we know a lot now about what actually is causing this, and it's not a deficiency of that prescription.
So what is causing it?
If you look around the world, the biggest reason is a lack of iodine. And in America, it's a little bit different, but just looking worldwide, it's a lack of iodine. And iodine is in the ocean, and seaweed has lots of iodine in it. And so if you're eating your seaweed salad, or you're having your vegan sushi, that nori around it, or the wakame in your miso soup, you're getting all the iodine you could ever want. In the 1920s, there was a lot of hypothyroidism in the United States that was solved by iodized salt. The Morton Salt Company said, let's put iodine in it, and that kind of wiped it out for the United States. However, it didn't eliminate hypothyroidism from other causes, and the biggest cause now is actually an autoimmune reaction.
Let's get ready.
Where your body thinks there's some invader, and you're like a bacterium or a virus. And so your body is making antibodies to destroy whatever that invader is.
Here they come.
Your body will make antibodies if a virus comes in and you knock them out. But in this case, there isn't a virus. And there isn't a bacterium. There's something that got in your body that you're reacting to. And those antibodies then go to the thyroid and attack your own thyroid gland. It's the same as in rheumatoid arthritis. You're making antibodies to something, and those antibodies destroy the synovial lining of your joint. And these autoimmune reactions, there are many of them that can affect your skin, all kinds of stuff. So we started to discover that there were people whose thyroids were clearly off. I mean, they were hypothyroid. They then make a diet change, and they're leaving certain things out, and their thyroid condition goes away. Now, this is a completely new frontier. I have to tell you, about a year before I wrote this book, I would not have said that this is possible, except that I've now met so many of these people. Here's what we believe is happening. What we believe is happening is that the dairy proteins and other proteins are regarded by the body as foreign. They are foreign. And so your immune system recognizes them as foreign, develops antibodies against them, and those antibodies end up attacking you. Wow. It's the same process in type 1 diabetes. A little kid, 8-year-old kid, is fed cow's milk. Not mother's breast milk, milk from a cow. Body says, wait a minute, that's foreign, I need to attack it. Makes antibodies to attack those foreign proteins. Those same antibodies then destroy his own insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. We need more research on that, but there's a lot of evidence that that's in fact the case. Kids who don't consume cow's milk have a lot less risk of type 1 diabetes. So in the case of the thyroid, these antibodies do two things. They can turn it off, hypothyroidism. In some cases, they turn it on too much, hyperthyroidism. So what I think we need to do is a lot more research studies where we go into endocrine offices, and instead of handing out prescriptions left and right, we take 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, and just see to what extent getting that junk out of the diet can cool down this autoimmune rate.
Yeah, it's interesting that there isn't more research on this. I mean, you open the book by saying, these are very recent findings. A lot more work has to be done. Like it's not a disclaimer, but you're saying like, look, we're learning as we go here, and this is kind of a new frontier. But it seems like this would be something. I mean, hypothyroidism is something that afflicts a lot of people.
All these things are, and in certain areas that we've talked about, we have plenty of information. Diet and breast cancer, I would view now that it's a slam dunk that a woman diagnosed with breast cancer would do very well to follow a completely healthy plant-based diet, and frankly, before the diagnosis ever occurs, we should use that kind of diet to prevent it. With regard to the menstrual pain that I described, we have done a very careful randomized clinical trial that shows the diet works. So I don't think anybody's going to say that that's not true, but some of these areas like thyroid and also mood, how foods affect. Everybody knows that hormones can affect your mood and how those moody days of the month and all things. We did a research study at Geico, the car insurance company, because their headquarters.
Yeah, they're in D.C., right, or Virginia?
They're in D.C.
Near you.
They're about 3 blocks from my office. And so years ago, we decided to do a study together where anybody at Geico who wanted to do a vegan diet to lose weight or to improve diabetes, we'd help them do it. And in the course of it, it was an 18-week study, and people, just what you expect happened. I mean, they lost weight, their diabetes got better. But along the way, we asked everybody to fill out just questionnaires on how they felt. They didn't know what we were looking at. But what we were looking at was mood, depression, and anxiety. And both of those seemed to remit to quite a substantial degree. They weren't brought in for that reason. These were just people who wanted to do better. Now, part of that could be that I'm losing weight, my diabetes is in better control, I feel better. That's true. The other thing, though, is that diet affects your gut, your microbiome. And if I repopulate your intestinal tract with friendly bacteria, those bacteria are no longer making nasty stuff that can affect the brain.
Yeah, well, the nexus between the microbiome and the brain is really fascinating, and that seems to be, on the vanguard of emerging science, and it's pretty cool to see what's coming out from people that are looking at that.
I hope that we look into it much, much more. There have been some very good researchers who have put this to the test, independent from what we have done, bringing in people and tracking their mood and changing their diets in a variety of ways. And I have to say, here again, I think we need more research, but what we have seen is quite consistent evidence that people on plant-based diets do feel better, specifically with regard to reductions in anxiety and reductions in depression. We also found reduced absenteeism. But the ketogenic diet seems to have the reverse effect, where people seem to feel worse. Now, they're glad if they're losing weight or something like that, but it's not a diet to get the brain back into better function.
One of the things that you go into in detail, in addition to increasing your fiber in your diet and reducing the fat, you get real specific on the oil thing. we're in a moment right now where there's a lot of confusion about oils and healthy fats, and this is a healthy oil, as if we're suffering from an olive oil deficiency or something like that. Widespread acceptance of this notion that coconut oil is a health food. So talk a little bit about that, and also this part where you discuss omega-3s is problematic, which I thought was interesting, and I hadn't seen anybody kind of talk about that in that way. Because we all think about omega-3s as the healthy fat that we're, if anything, that's the one we're trying to get more of.
Well, they are. You need, the body has a need for two fats. One is alpha-linolenic acid, and that's an omega-3. The other is linoleic acid, and that's frankly everywhere, so you're not going to get low on that. But alpha-linolenic acid is in lots of seeds and plants of various kinds, and your body lengthens it into the other omega-3s that you need, like DHA for the brain. And so some people have said, well, that lengthening process is pretty slow, and so maybe I should take fish, because the fish have the preformed DHA in them. And they've been trying to sell this for all kinds of stuff, and frankly, it hasn't panned out very well for the fish oil salespeople, because DHA supplements don't really seem to reduce heart risk, and at least so far they haven't been very effective against Alzheimer's and whatnot. However, researchers have discovered something really kind of frightening, which is that if you have too much DHA in your blood, or if you're supplementing, for men, prostate cancer risk goes way up. And at first, this seemed like a fluke, because funny things can happen in studies that you don't expect. But it has shown up consistently enough that the researchers now believe it's real. But we don't know why. And I can't explain it. But the bottom line is, if a person is supplementing DHA, we suspect that, at least for men, that their cancer risk is going to be higher. And they might say, okay, would I rather get cancer or would I rather get Alzheimer's? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that question yet. But I think nobody can fault you for saying, all right, the healthy omega-3s, they're in plants. And if I consume those, and I don't consume a lot of competing oils.
The sixes.
Yeah, potato chips. Anything that's got cooking oil soaked into it, those things compete with your natural omega-3s for the enzymes that lengthen them. So you don't want to have a lot of other oil. And in fact, if you use no oil at all in your diet, no added oil, there's still natural traces of oil, even in green vegetables, that are proportionally very high in omega-3. So if you're eating lots of greens, you don't think of it as being an oil source, but it's a source of the natural oils your body thought you were going to have.
Right. So then, as a takeaway, no supplementation of omega-3 or an algae-based one, or do we not need to do that?
If a person does supplement DHA, and the case can be made for supplementing it, and some have made the case, and the case is this, that if you look at people whose blood tests show they're low in DHA, they're at higher risk for Alzheimer's than other people. So some people would say, you can get tested. You can call up laboratories and send them a drop of blood. If you in fact just Google DHA testing, they'll send you a test kit, and you put a drop of blood on it, and they'll tell you if you're low or high. If you decide to supplement DHA, I would definitely do it with a vegan source. If you go online, there is vegan DHA that's as good or better than the fish ones, and it doesn't make you smell like a fish market. But whether it's going to help or not is something that future research is going to have to show. That we don't know yet.
Let's talk about testosterone. I'm 53 now, and in my peer group, I've got lots of buddies who are either taking exogenous testosterone or considering it, and this is like a thing, right? So, walk me through what's going on with men's hormonal health in the sexual context.
Yeah. Well, a lot of things are going on. The first issue is not even testosterone. It's that men are exposed to estrogens a lot. The guy goes to the fertility clinic. We're having trouble. Could you evaluate me too? And if you check Hank's sperm count, if he's a big cheese eater, he'll tend to have lower sperm counts than his friend who doesn't eat any cheese. And what's that about? It's not that he's low in testosterone. He might think that's it. It's not. It's because the cheese has estrogens that came from the pregnant cow. At least that's what we believe is going on, because you see reduced sperm count poorer morphology, which is the shape of it, and poorer motility. The sperm just they don't go into space.
They don't swim in a consistent direction.
They're having trouble getting organized. And it just starts with a relatively small amount of cheese, just like a serving or two of regular high-fat cheeses per day will do that. And so some guys will say, well, it's got to be soy. That soy gave me the man boobs and all that kind of stuff. And soy gets a completely not guilty verdict on this, as I'm sure you know. That, first of all, women who consume soy have about 30% lower risk of developing breast cancer than women who don't have soy. And women who have had breast cancer, who consume a lot of tofu and tempeh and miso and whatnot, they have about a 30% reduction in their likelihood of dying of their cancer. So soy is a cancer preventive. It does not cause man boobs. If anything, soy is sort of a brake on estrogenic function. Soy has isoflavones that attach to estrogen receptors. But just like your car has a gas pedal and a brake pedal, soy, although it will attach to the estrogen receptors, it's not stepping on the gas. It seems to be stepping on the brake. So what about testosterone? I honestly don't know what to make of this yet. And science is marching forward because a lot of guys are taking testosterone, and you'll see commercials. Do you have low T? Could this be why your investments aren't rising? Could this be why you're having a bad hair day? I'm kidding, but it's about like that. Like if you just take more testosterone, everything's going to do better. And what we've been worried about is, are we going to be fueling prostate cancer by injecting or by having guys take testosterone? And I don't know yet whether that's true or not. I would say this, that in theory, a high-fiber diet, you would think it would reduce testosterone levels because your body filters out extra testosterone, sends it down the intestinal tract, fibers should carry it away. Except for the fact that when you look at guys on healthy high-fiber diets, their testosterone levels are high. Stay tuned. We're going to sort this out at some point.
We know that erectile dysfunction is an early arbiter of atherosclerosis, but let's, for the sake of conversation, assume there's an individual, their heart is perfectly healthy, they don't have any arterial damage, but they're experiencing erectile dysfunction, or they have low libido. What is the hormonal interplay there, and what have you learned about that?
Yeah. Well, testosterone does play a role there, that's for sure. But to tell you the truth, it really is cardiovascular disease in the vast majority of cases. The guy goes to the doctor and it says, "Doc, I can't raise the flag." And people have wonderful euphemisms for all this. There's something wrong with my nature. And the doctor can give out a Viagra prescription, but that is a complete mistake if the doctor doesn't also give him a description of what's going on in his body, which is that atherosclerosis affects all the major arteries of the body. And the arteries that go to a man's private parts just happen to be smaller, narrower than the ones that go to the coronary arteries that go to the heart muscle, or the carotids that go to the brain. So people will correctly describe erectile dysfunction as the canary in the coal mine. It's a sign that something is wrong. And so if a man in mid-50s starts developing erectile dysfunction, this is not performance anxiety. And it's probably not a hormonal issue. It's probably the beginnings of atherosclerosis in that area. And it means he's got it in his heart too, and he's got it in his carotids going to his brain. And so that is a man who needs to read Caldwell Esselstyn's book or Dean Ornish's book and reverse that. And in our research studies where we put people on vegan diets for diabetes or whatever, the men start raising their flags at home. But
hopefully not out in public.
But yes, the point being that when you reverse arterial disease, erectile dysfunction gets better too.
One of the things that you talk about in the book that I had never heard before was that lower back pain is indicia of atherosclerosis. And that freaked me out because I got a little lower back pain.
Well, there's lots of reasons to have lower back pain, and you're entitled because you're an athlete.
It's not that.
Well, you have punished your body more than just about anybody else, but as you know, you break it down and build it right back up. But yeah, it started out with smoking.
Weapons locker deployed.
That researchers looked at smokers, and they have more back pain. than non-smokers, you think?
Hello.
Cigarettes are not heavy. What the heck could this be?
Yeah.
And
Because
they,
it just
I
makes it
can
lazy.
just hear, but pretty faded. A little bit, but it's still pretty quiet. Like the game's a lot louder than your mic. But I can't type anywhere near as fast as you can type. So trying to type, I have to do it. I don't know if you're playing on a PC, but I can't type as fast as you. So you're sending me messages, and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to shoot. I can't talk or type. Alright, give me a second. What I'm going to do is, when we've killed this carrier, I'm going to play around with my sound settings. I'm going to quickly play... I'm going to play around with my sound settings quick, so that I can hear you more than the game. How the crap do I do this? Right, give me a second. I'm on a console, so no, I'm on an Xbox. No, I found it. I found what I need. Adjust. Okay, give it a go now. Let's see how my sound is when you... I can hear you a bit better, but let's see if I can hear you when the carrier is bouncing around and making this dum 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 noise, because that's all I can hear.
This over into the corner of the room so we can hear it nice and gently in the background.
All right. Yeah, I think I've got it. I found the effects volume. Let's give it a go. Yeah, I can hear you a bit better now. All right. So look, this is pretty tough because you've got lethal on. So all you have to do is like look at you and you go down. Yep, the infiltrator.
It's going to fit!
Pinching this.
Incoming! What?
Well, because I saw you had the extra long cooldown on the ultimate ability, I was like, well, I'll be a character where...
Heads up! Incoming! Watch it! It's firing!
Yeah. Well, I need to...
Incoming! What? Watch it!
But yeah, that's what that's why I joined, because I saw you had you were playing a really difficult horde on your own with a medic, and I was like, how the hell are you doing that? So I kind of joined because I wanted to see how you're doing it.
Going to bed!
Ah, fuck, he got me.
Incoming! Watch it! Heads up! Incoming! Incoming! Watch it! Watch it! Incoming! Watch it! It's gonna fit! Heads up! Incoming!
Well, that's why I kind of So I picked the nomad because the nomad's ability makes stuff. Come again?
Incoming! Watch it!
So what happens with the nomad is when you use your ultimate, they get scared and run away. But when they're running away, they take double damage, so that they're a lot weaker. And he's got a.
Weapons locker destroyed!
Oh shit! Yep, he's just focusing on the fabricator.
It's gonna spin!
Yeah, if you can use it, yeah.
Watch it, watch it!
Watch it! It's firing!
That's gonna be. Yeah. How much did that cost to repair?
Watch it! Watch it!
If you repair it, it'll be cheaper. If you repair it, it'll be cheaper to upgrade.
It's going to spin!
Yeah.
Incoming!
It's just gonna keep coming for us. Yeah, I'm the same.
Spin! It's gonna spin!
take those.
Let's see.
Energy tap is full.
Energy collected.
Another wave down, and another wave to come.
Energy tap upgraded.
Well, you start with a fresh fabricator, so it doesn't cost you anything.
Weapons locker deployed.
Here it comes. Guns up, people.
I saw it first.
They don't regenerate their health, do they?
Just hang on. I'm coming. Shut him down.
Oh yeah, the headshot stim. Yeah, it's really good.
Nice one.
So, the Nomad gets bleed damage whenever he's stimmed.
Can't beat the best.
Yep. So the Nomad's a bit of a weird character. When you look at it, like on face value, he doesn't look that good. But he's got a card where whenever you do a headshot kill, anyone near that headshot kill gets feared or scared or whatever you want to call it. And then just on headshot kills. And then when they when you then kill someone with fear, you get stimmed. And then he's got another card which is whenever you've got stim, you do like 40% bleed damage with any weapon. Yeah. But these are all like high level cards, so you only get them when you're yeah, they're like gold cards. It takes a while to get to them.
Just hang on, I'm coming.
Hang on. I'm coming.
Yeah, a friend of mine, he's got the medic, and the medic's got some good cards, but it takes a little while to get to them.
I need this.
That was close.
Shut down.
I owe you one.
You like the cryo gun? I have a hard time with the cryo gun. You like the cryo gun? I've got a hard time with the cryo gun.
Took out a drone.
Get me up.
Yeah, you better believe it. Time you ate some lead, love.
Let's do this.
He might be useful. I mean, like I said, if because he's going to spawn with a repair gun. So even
Weapons locker deployed. I'm coming.
Come on then, you scared?
Sorry.
yeah, but I'm not going to have it now for like 3 waves. It's going to take a while to get it back.
Smoker deployed.
If you had no ammo when you did it, that'll happen.
My bad.
Ooh, Sire in the back. Energy?
Two left.
Not something like that.
Nice.
Don't kill the reject because I want to try and get the taps back, get a bit of money. Okay, that's one tap. Okay, you can.
Weapons locker repaired.
Drop the bastion! Bloody amateur. I've got the energy. Energy tap upgraded.
Good work, team.
Brilliant.
Can I have a perk?
Oh, brill.
We've got enemy reinforcements.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They're damaging the tap. Come on, I'm coming.
Well, at least you got a repair out of it. That's something.
Weapons locker deployed.
Alright, this Sire's gonna be.
I see you. Hold tight.
Thanks.
Thing is, doing it this way, how long is it going to take to do a horde? Because I've got a couple of hours, but I can't like play for 4 hours.
Excellent just comes naturally to me.
'Cause, yeah, at some point, I will probably have to go. Like I've got a good hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max. But what I'll do is I'll work with you as long as I can, and I'll try and get it so that you've got your base up. I'll not spend too much on my perks, and I'll just because, like I said, I was really curious how you were going to try and do this. Do I have what? Sorry. A what? A HP.
Need medical attention.
Yeah, I've got a HP perk, but I've not used it yet. The only thing I've put 2 perks on my ammo capacity, so my ammo lasts a bit longer. Cause I was running out of ammo. That was my problem.
Just give up. Get out of my goddamn shop.
What's cool is though, you're giving me stim, so I get the bleed damage, which is so awesome. Yep, the medic.
Don't do that again.
Slick shooting.
Yeah.
Tap's nearly destroyed.
They're damaging the tap. Get ready for more. That was an oversight.
Oh shit, these claws are powerful.
I'm down. Over here. I see you.
Get me out!
But you've actually got a video of it. Ah.
And they're sitting around all day.
What it is, researchers did autopsy studies on people who had had lower back pain in life. And after they died of an accident or whatever, they looked into their lower back, and what they found was amazing. The aorta.
I don't think you can.
And it rises up, and then it does a U-turn, goes right down your back, and right in front of your spine. And your aorta gives out a blood supply to your spine. The lumbar arteries feed every lumbar
Tap's nearly
vertebra.
destroyed.
The very first place where atherosclerotic changes occur is in that lumbar aorta.
Oh, we got a
And by
marksman.
around age 18 or 20, a lot of people have paved
Yep.
over, completely paved over one of their lumbar arteries. It's just gone. So smoking encourages atherosclerotic changes. So does meat eating. And so if you don't get blood supply to the lower back, then the discs that are the leathery cushions between the vertebrae, they are in a precarious position. They get fragile. And just like a pillow, the inside smushes out because it's now fragile. It's like a rupturing pillow, and then that the contents of the disc push against nerves and give you pain. So my point is, if we don't smoke and eat a healthy, heart-healthy diet,
And
then
he's gone.
reduce the risk of lower back.
Yeah, it's amazing because you hear about, oh, I have a ruptured disc or my disc ruptured, and I always thought, well, that's because of your posture or the way you're sitting or some kind of muscular atrophy or imbalance in your body.
I mean, it can also be sitting in your Rambler at a stoplight and a semi-tractor trailer runs into you. I mean, all these things can happen, but your ability to heal is impaired if you don't get blood and oxygen and nutrients into your tissues, and you need a good blood supply.
Yeah,
to
get away,
get
get away.
toxins
That was
out.
a cheeky grenade. That was close.
Let's talk about skin and hair. I know, I've heard many anecdotal stories over the years. When I got rid of dairy, my skin cleared up, which seems to make common sense because you're removing a product from your diet that is infused with natural hormones and probably artificial ones as well. But talk to me about
Let's resecure it.
the hormonal systems that contribute to the health of those two things.
Why'd you need to suicide again?
When Japan, back in the 1960s,
Ah.
70s, Japan had a diet based on rice. And if meat was used at all, it was not in these big hunks. It was little bits that were used just to flavor the rice or flavor the noodles. And then when McDonald's arrived and the other fast food chains arrived and meaty business lunches became the order of the day, the rice content of the diet diminished and gave way to meat and to cheese. And researchers started to notice a bunch of things. There was more breast cancer, more diabetes, more weight problems, but also dermatologists started to report that there was more hair loss. And wait a minute, what is all this about? And we still don't know all the details on it, but it looks like it might be aggravating the age-associated hair loss. Hormonal changes from diet are aggravating age-related hair loss. Is that true? Who knows? My mother used to always say, Neil, out of my 4 boys, you're the only one who kept his hair. And I said, that's because you're a vegetarian.
All your brothers are bald?
If they're listening, they have a very
Don't worry.
Yeah, a couple of barriers to give us a bit of breathing space would be good.
I kept my hair longer than they did. I've still got a fair amount of it.
It's looking pretty thick. Every time I see you, you get younger. So whatever you're doing.
I'll keep
is
saying that,
working.
Rich. Anyway,
Really?
Time's up. Here they come. Gas nearly destroyed. Goblin planted.
Give me up! Revive me! Come on your feet!
On my way.
Medic! I'm okay.
Wow, there's 3 flashbangs. One after the other.
Get me up!
Hang on, coming.
Revive me!
Yeah, the active load on claw's pretty good.
I'm bleeding out! Over here! Revive me! I'm down!
I've got 1200 so far.
Give me up! Medic!
Yeah, I've just been putting most of my money in the box because I wanna try and if I can't be with you all the way to 50, I want to try and help you get there because I'm impressed by what you're trying to do. I think you're crazy, but I'm impressed.
Right time you died. Don't you think?
Really?
Yeah. Oh. Oof.
We've got 30 seconds to regroup. Weapons locker deployed.
There's another few. Here's a couple of thousand that I had.
Time's up.
I'm bleeding out!
You want to try the mark, sir? Sure. Give it a go.
On my way.
I'll tell you what. If I let me die, so I come back with a mark, sir, and then we've got 2 of them because they're going to be perfect for this. So let me. I can't because I've got a shotgun. Here, let me. I know how to do it. Let me drop my shotgun. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to drop it. It won't let me drop the fucking chainsaw. Yeah, I'm still holding it. It is not letting me do it. Come on. There we go. Dropped it. Go for it.
Back in the saddle!
Okay, Bastion's down.
Revive!
Come on, take me on, take me on. Come on, do it. Sorry. You got me excited.
I'm bleeding out. I'm down.
Yeah, don't lose the locker. Too expensive. Use the marker. Give him a few headshots with the marker. Oh shit.
Let's do this. Not while it lasted.
I'm not revived yet. No, I'm still watching you. So I'm just behind you. Yeah, I'm there. I think that's me. I've no idea. I've no idea. Oh crap, another.
Lift you up. We need you on your feet.
I'm kind of worried that I'm going to spawn right next to this guy and he's going to kill me. Yep. Run!
Poor show, mate.
Yep.
I saw it first. Got one planted.
You're out.
Arm down. Ah, shit.
We've got 30 seconds to regroup.
Feeling fresh, feeling calm, feeling happy.
We should secure that energy tab.
You can have lovely dreams
Now we're talking.
Come again, sorry?
when you wake up.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You go with the chainsaw. I've got the shotgun. In case they get close, it's not too bad.
Enemy reinforcements.
Oh, you're gonna suicide?
Throwing frag.
Piss off. It's mine. Revive me! I got your training already.
I got you, baby.
Oh, I'm ready.
I got you.
Yeah, you'd need.
Weapons
Kate would have a hard time.
Drone down!
That's all you got.
Sharp shooting, boss.
A veteran would probably be pretty good on this. A veteran. What is sorry? What's 1/6?
Oh, help here!
I think it's seconds. So it's like 15 seconds, 20 seconds. So I'm not sure how long that counts for.
Revive me.
Come on, then. You scared?
I'm coming.
Oh, man, I'm hurt. Bob's your uncle.
Incoming flash!
I got you.
But a big part of the ultimate is having the active reload, which we're getting with this map anyway.
Coming to you.
Ain't never marksman here.
Little help here. I got you, baby. I got you. I'm down.
Another dead drone. Situational awareness. Ever heard of it?
I'm bleeding out.
Incoming flash!
You're in my way.
Get me out. I'm bleeding out. I'll keep coming. Damn it, I'm down.
Oh.
Closed casket, fuel over here.
What I miss? Get me up.
Appreciate it, mate.
Ah, shit.
I'm down.
I can't. It won't let me move. The game glitched. Oh, shit. I got 5,000.
Seconds to regroup.
Weapons locker deployed.
Yeah, I think I need to beef up my my perks and get my HP up next time.
Time's up. Here they come.
Try shots are cool.
Flash!
Medic!
Jesus Christ.
You ain't done yet. Incoming flash.
These bloody teammates.
Flash. Scratch one, Betty.
Fire! Jordan!
Little help here. Oh, I'm pissed now.
I didn't get stim then, no. Got it now though.
Incoming flash!
I didn't buy it, I picked it up.
Get up. I dare you.
No, I didn't buy it, I picked it up. One of the DR1s had one, so here you go, second try shot. you just go down so easy. Because of these claws. The claws are just ridiculously overpowered.
Weapons locker deployed.
Yeah, perfect!
I'm down.
Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Coming. Little help here.
On our way! Coming! Yeah, I feel better already! Oh, look! It's amateur hour. Scratch one drone!
Sweet.
Fucking hell. He's got a tri-shot, I've got a tri-shot, I'm shooting him, he's shooting me, I go down.
Come on, get over it! Help me secure the cab! Heavy destroyed! Sniper!
That one nice and full. I think you go on most recently played with.
Help me secure the tap!
Right to party, yeah.
Energy tap is full!
Instinct.
I reckon we've got about 30 seconds till enemy reinforcements. Get ready!
Hello, my darling. You found me. You're so brave. I knew you would. This is the end of your journey.
Hello?
Now,
We got company.
Can you hear me?
just for now,
Really?
deep in the woods, safe and sound.
That's funny.
Let's resecure it.
I'm coming!
Revive me.
You're welcome here
Flash!
anytime you like.
Oh shoot. I was trying to fix my audio settings right now, I got killed.
Just close your eyes
I had the same problem.
and remember, to spend this time together.
Revive me.
I have lots of very special things
Yes, now.
and while you make yourself comfortable,
Little help here.
would you like to take a look?
Why'd you pick combat medic if the ultimate thing is so low? Or so it takes so long?
This
Uh,
like
I asked the same question.
blue
The gut. We can't build fortifications. We can't use the ultimate. They've got
Yeah.
more health and they've got extra lethal damage. So I was like, what's this guy doing? He's obviously picked the hardest possible way of doing it.
Yeah.
I want to try and see what he's up to.
careful
yeah, I didn't expect that.
in the woods.
Revive me!
My potions and tinctures. All my ingredients. Mm.
Back in the sack.
Marksman's good too for the instant reload.
Crystal I use to tell the future and to heal the past.
20 hours.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
So nice and cozy. Here, deep in the woods, it's lovely and calm and quiet.
Get me out!
Are you guys perked up?
It's raining.
No, we've hardly got any perks because we're saving up all our money to just buy a bit of a weapons locker. So
Oh yeah.
this is like the hardest game ever. This dude's crazy.
I'm going to make you a lovely tincture. I was out in the woods today collecting all the ingredients I need. So I
Damaging the tap! Tossing a flashbang!
you can take this with you
You've been wasted!
and a little drop every day will help you
Oh yeah,
to feel calm, happy.
Little help here!
yeah. I'm spectating the AI. They don't do anything. They like just take cover and spin in circles.
Get up!
That was close. Open your eyes, idiot!
Yeah.
One dead throw!
Not already.
It's like impossible.
Oh,
Stop. Mine.
so I have all my bottles here.
This is the only game I've ever played where a guy goes, "Oh, we won. Fuck. Damn it."
Recipe book.
Pinching this.
Weapons locker deployed! I saw it first!
Still custom passed down
Securing the tap.
generation to generation.
If you want to try and keep this this flying thing alive, I'm gonna wait a couple of taps, get a bit of extra money.
Without fail. Okay.
Help me secure the tap.
Oh man, I'm hurt!
So,
Oh shit, I'm fucking running around trying to secure taps and Exalted's still on the goddamn floor. I'm sorry, dude. That's just rude. Sorry, I just thought that you were down.
good work.
You got your training already?
I think this goes.
I'm gonna try to get us another locker then.
Energy tap is full.
This enforcer runs out of ammo really fast.
Energy tap upgraded.
But it's still good with the ice. I'm Benjamin.
We will need some
We should secure that energy trap.
love.
I know. I know.
Drops of kindness.
Got it. Do you want to use this one now? That I'm holding? Here you go.
I don't really need it. I'll leave it here.
I'll use it.
Here.
Trap's nearly destroyed!
Okay. Hope. And
Target my mark.
Sloppy shooting!
you
On my way.
No, that's not what I want to do.
Did you see what I just did? No!
Hey Benjamin, why did you pick a pilot if you can't use your tank?
I'm just using Enforcer. It's all about the Enforcer.
Okay, so you're just going for the stim and the freeze damage.
Yeah.
Stay alert. Stay alert.
never got and
Hey, Laura, I'm on your side.
I'm out of Enforcer ammo.
no.
Ah, I'm being sucked in.
I'm out of ammo.
Flashback! Incoming!
Oh jeez.
Come on then! Too scared!
Of course.
Move away!
Let me up.
Ooh.
This is gonna be tough. You ready?
Some adventure.
Securing the tap!
I'm getting in the car no matter what.
2, 3, 4, 5,
We should secure that energy tap!
7, 8, 9.
Weapons locker deployed.
We've got company.
Let's see. It needs something.
Weapons locker deployed.
I know.
We don't have any money yet to have to bother committing suicide, do we?
Some bravery. Just a spot.
Incoming flashbang!
Pop it in there. Very important. Then
Yeah, I'm done. Juvie downed me.
Oh,
so.
that's not as bad as being killed by a leech, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
The most important thing.
Oh, on the door.
Beautiful, baby!
A little circle of stardust.
Where are you guys going for the kill or suicide?
Are we suicided?
That's kind of
Okay.
that's kind of that's why I went out.
Okay, well, suicide then. Want a suicide? There we go.
I shall write on your bottle. So you always remember
So what
what's
boss
inside
do you want?
my special magical crystal pen.
We should secure that energy tap.
Sorry, what was the one that you said? Are you saying a T-Rex? Which one's the T-Rex?
The Sormak, I think he's talking. Yeah, he's talking about Sormak.
Swarmak. Okay, cool. Okay, Flock. So does Flock mean suicide?
Favorite colour.
Yeah, leave the flock for last.
Do you like purple as well?
Alright, leaving the Flock.
On my way.
I was thinking like, who are you talking to?
Knock that out. Damn it, I'm down.
Guardian. Oh man, I'm gonna go down.
Whoa! Incoming flashbang!
Oh, you want it.
Get your bloody head down!
From a very special book. Indeed.
Incoming flash!
This
Right time you die.
Bible magic word.
Oh, leech death.
Magical word. The
Guardian down me.
harsh
I'm trying to roll back.
word.
Oh, they're sucking me up.
There is something about the way the leech kills you that's just really personal.
You're thinking.
Man.
Senses take over.
Try to go for your tags. They're on me.
Revive me.
So to help you, I'm going to perform an ancient ritual.
Oh, leech got me.
I'm bleeding out.
beautiful wooden box. It was given to me by a traveller from a faraway land.
I got 3,000 that wave.
I treasure it.
3.
I don't think 30 is possible.
Inside, we have some dry flowers. Lavender.
There you go. Is this the T-Rex?
Yeah.
Rose petals.
Okay.
Sugar. Some cinnamon sticks.
Come on, man. You scared?
These will help me on the ritual floor. Okay.
He's right in front of the, I don't know, cafe? Whatever the hell we're in.
Stay.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we're
I don't
still
think
with
you
you.
can walk in here. I think we're safe here.
Bleeding out!
Incoming flash!
Um,
I'm taking care of the left side.
Hold tight.
Sniper!
Stay alert. Stay alive.
Ah! Oh, shit!
Oh, jeez.
Shit!
Oh no!
Oh, I'm sure
It says I
revived
got.
you.
Yeah, it says revived, but it didn't work.
That was weird.
Come on, on your
Okay,
feet!
I don't know what the chances are of me getting to,
A-level marksman!
How's that ammo anyway? It's fine. Oh.
Back in the saddle!
Now you're really dead.
Is regen on? Is there regen?
mix them together.
Okay.
Release
Yeah.
the scent.
Yeah.
Gonna need a medic! Can't keep a good gear down.
Smell.
Take that! Revive me! Medic! Nice!
We will just
Here you go.
carefully
Oh, it's empty!
place them into your bag.
Oh, shit! I see you! Help me out, you tossers! I mean you lovely people! Securing the tap! Wait, I'm out?
what I find kind of funny is they've given Faz, they say that Faz is supposed to be from Vaskar, some like exotic place, but he's got an accent like he's from London.
Yeah.
Help me secure the tap.
Oh,
Yeah,
shoot.
that was it. When you play the campaign, it says he's from Vaskar.
I'm down!
Tie the bag for you.
Yeah, the map with the red sand.
Oh, help here! Coming!
Move around
Appreciate it!
back.
Really needed this.
Cool. Lift
Oh, the The map that I really hate is Farnu.
Stardust.
Oh no, actually no, Icebound. Because you get that mist, and you can't see anything, but they can see you.
Oh yeah.
It's Icebound, yeah. Farnu. Oh, I just popped a rocket in the face.
I'm out of bullets, so I can't freeze it.
Come on, man. Up you go.
Oh, actually, I used my drop shot. Oh, they bounced up. Oh, it doesn't
Well, he
work.
seems to just want to shoot me, so you can shoot him in the ass or something, because he's very there we go.
The smell. The scent. Oh.
Is there any gun on the floor? I don't see anything.
Might find a claw, maybe?
I could freeze it right now, but I don't have any bullets. Oh. Alright.
Boom.
Just one stick.
Well, if you're gonna kill something, kill it in the left ass.
Snoopy.
Time to regroup and rebuild. Solid. Brilliant.
Take a long, slow, deep breath in.
Energy tap nearby. Let's secure it.
I'm just bringing this thing back on so that it actually I'm bringing the weapons locker out of red so it actually recharges the guns.
Hey, you could have killed me!
We're gonna go buy water for you.
Alright.
I see you! Hold tight!
The tap's nearly just.
Level 4 on what?
Weapons locker.
Oh.
I'm just gonna put my sniper in the weapon locker for a little bit, let it reload. It's like background music. It's like not background music. It's like some kind of background noise on the mic.
I have background music, but I don't have like static.
Yeah, it's like static.
I don't think that's me.
Guys, I'm coming back.
Oh, look at you.
No mames.
Man, get over here and stop watching me bleed!
Look on the flashlight at the bottom. Look at the flashlight at the bottom.
I'm bleeding out!
The one, the original flashlight.
You again?
How many bullets?
I think there's one tap you can get.
Back to the fight. They're making it back.
Get me up! Securing energy tap.
Follow me.
Boys,
I did that. I didn't know that.
securing the tap.
Smarter than
Defending your hold.
Oh, I died.
Energy tap full. Tap empty.
Restore those defenses.
Energy tap upgraded. Energy tap is full. Tap empty. Energy tap upgraded.
you haven't even played the game. You haven't played the game. I hate people who say this, bro. You don't think if you think this game is bad, then play it yourself, bro.
You think the mechanic knows that, or they just join without reading mutators? Oh jeez, Echo. A lot of mechanics will join with ultra power drain on. They don't know that.
Oh, I'm ready.
Someone else.
Out of the way. Get the score. Let's be secure.
I requested that the workers were the game, dude.
I just shot 2 drop shots at the same time. I shot two drop shot bullets came out of my gun at the same time. Oh, what the?
Got him.
Yeah.
We need your
It went from 4 to 2. I don't know what happened either.
Can't put it here.
Yeah, that's never happened.
Navigator deployed.
That's so
I got that good. Leech! How did I get so incredible? Leech right there! Strong mark!
I see you.
Far left.
Roll!
Only 2 left.
Securing energy tap.
Fabricator deployed.
Help me secure the tap! Void!
Weapons locker deployed.
Securing the tap! You're a crime against nature. I've got the energy. We're good.
Weapons locker deployed.
Brilliant. Odds and sods. Tap emptied. Energy tap upgraded. Let's get these pieces of shit! We've got a drone! Protect the energy tap! You're blocking my shot. I dare you! Get up from that! The tap's nearly destroyed!
Right time you died.
Tap's taking damage!
Throwing flash grenade.
Gotcha!
Down they go.
Drone down! Guys? This isn't good! Yeah, perfect! Only 3 more!
Sorry, yeah, I got disconnected for a second, I'm back. No, just stab him in the back of the head, that'll do.
Pinching this.
Alright, come on, up you go! Help me secure the tap! Securing the tap!
Time to build.
Yes! Emptied. Energy tap upgraded.
Weapons locker deployed. Taking this.
Time's up. They're here.
Thanks.
Tap's taking damage. The tap's nearly destroyed.
Wait, your ref is turning into an anime girl.
Throwing flash grenade. Protect the energy tap.
Wait, who, me?
We've got a drone!
You're damaging the tap!
I don't know. Really?
Nearly destroyed.
I haven't even moved.
Yeah, occasionally it just goes really loud, like this static from nowhere. It's crazy.
I'm not moving at all. I'm trying to be still so it doesn't happen. I'll just mute myself when I don't talk.
Somebody! Help! Out of the way!
This is the thing I was worried about. We're all in this one little room, and one boom shot, and we're fucked. Yeah.
Let's do this.
I'm hit!
Flash spinning out.
We've got a drone!
Gotta love that pop.
Ow! One left!
See ya! Someone get over here! Oh, just what I needed. Oh, my bad.
I prefer the claw.
Yeah, real medicine. Securing the tap. I reckon we've got about 30 seconds till enemy reinforcements. Get ready.
Weapons locker deployed.
Help me secure the tap. Weapons locker deployed. Securing the tap.
You
We got
there?
enemies incoming.
Oh, you.
Got it. Reject marked. Ah! Oh shit! Oh shit! Protect the energy tap. Come on, man. You scared? Got him.
Drone marked!
Enemy spotted. Protect the energy tap.
Oh man, you're heavy.
Nah, I
Hey, it's me.
I needed to recharge the ammo on my gun, so I just grabbed the tri-shot so I could just recharge my own gun for a bit. Sure.
Sorry. Won't happen again.
Bullshit!
Where do you want to go? Alright. I'm following. Oh, I'm trying to follow. I've got leeches all over the place. Right, the lockers are red. They're not going to get damaged. There we go.
Yeah, I knew the stump was coming.
Get ready. Securing the tab.
Weapons locker deployed.
Energy tab.
Oh, I've got full ammo again now.
Secure it. Weapons locker deployed. We are so screwed.
Hi, Dad.
Friendly fire!
The tab's nearly destroyed. Look what I found.
Oh, freeze damage. Beautiful.
Revive me! Sam! Got your back!
Yeah, the lockers are hidden.
Please, I don't want to die.
Can't keep a good man down, man!
No, just a shotgun.
I'm bleeding out!
Hats off to both of us. That'll work. Gorgeous.
Freeze damage.
Reinforcements.
How's what, the breaker mace?
Securing the tab.
I'll take that.
We've got enemy reinforcements.
I'm not using one.
Weapons locker deployed.
I think that was the tactician.
Protect the energy tap!
A-level marksman here!
Sorry. Acceptable, boss.
Rejected!
I'm down! The tap's nearly destroyed! Energy tap destroyed!
Alright, we're not bad.
Good work! Thanks.
Shit! Down!
Oh, fucking Ember.
I do not
Cheers.
fail.
I'm bleeding out!
DR1 robot.
Over here! I'm okay.
Heavy spotted.
That was all me, motherfuckers! Well, that sucks! Please, I don't want to die!
Piss off!
Drone spotted. Heavy.
I'm coming for you! Yeah, keep a good gear down. You're a lifesaver.
Weapons locker deployed.
Stocking up.
Okay, let's rebuild and get ready for more!
Men. Brilliant.
Now it's on.
Securing the tap.
Well, if you hide them, they don't regenerate the ammo. So if you've got stuff that's
We've got enemies incoming.
Need ammo!
Why are you shooting at me?
Securing energy tap! Heavy mark! Killing's my business, mate.
Blocking my shots. Boss, get out.
oh, dude, just killed Just killed Ben.
Heavy destroy.
Oh no.
Revive me!
I ain't never marks for this.
I'm down! I'm bleeding out!
Clean kill. Got it. Got your training already?
I'm down!
Now you're really dead.
You cryo the cryo guy. Nice.
Little help here?
No, he's with us. No, he's with us. He's with us. He's with us.
Coming!
Scratch one drone. Check fire, no.
I'm down!
Here you go.
It's got to be a headshot, hasn't it?
One dead crow!
Well, that sucks. Right there. Here they come. I'm hit.
Coming!
Oh, I'll take that.
I was going to, but there was an electricity thing. There was an electricity grenade there, and because it's on more lethal, I'd go down straight away from it.
Securing energy tab. Nice.
I'll take that. Securing the tap. 30 seconds till enemy reinforcements.
Solid.
Weapons locker deployed.
Help me secure the tap. We should secure that energy tab.
It's not useful for me. I'd rather have the sniper rifle. Are there any M bars on the floor? Any M bar ammo?
Time's up.
My problem with buying anything is we die so often. It's just like it feels like a waste.
Coming!
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Guardian. Well, your war's over.
I'm down!
Please, I don't want to die.
I need some help.
Oh wow, he's flown in the base.
Let's do this. Fun won't last. Nothing but parts.
I got you, man. Drone down. On my way.
Hi, Dad.
The hit. I'm bleeding out!
Bang! You're dead.
I'm down! Come on, I've got you.
Kind of moving AI is in the way.
Get me up. On my way.
I'm crawling. I'm crawling.
Shut them down!
Revive me.
Find some ammo, Kate! Shock out!
EV destroyed. Get me up.
You ready now, yeah?
Medic!
First!
Oh, nice one!
Out of ammo.
Are you trying to get shot in the arse? Unit reloading.
Yeah, perfect!
Medic!
Reload commencing. Yes!
Yep. Got them both times.
We've got about 30 seconds till enemy reinforcements. Get ready.
Says a spider can fly.
Help me secure the tab.
An extra try shot. Oh, there's.
Time's up! They're here! Weapons locker deployed!
Back in your role.
Medic!
Incoming flashbang! Damn it!
Sorry, I've got to go a second. My dog's barking at something. A lot. Give me a sec.
Don't give up yet.
Damn it, I'm down! Get me out! I'm bleeding out! Ow! Throwing flash grenade!
Medic!
Over here! Get me up! You're okay!
Hey, sorry guys, I had a postman come and my dog tried to eat him.
Ah! Flashbang!
Revive me!
Please, I don't want to die! Fuck yeah! do? Guess what? You're dead!
I see.
Alright.
I saw it first. Could use some help here.
They took me out. Please, I don't want to die.
Sweet.
Plug ugly maggot.
Now already. Weapons locker deployed.
Attacking.
Look what I found.
Oh, help here.
Thanks. And on to the next.
Hey. Alright.
Weapons locker
Have you
deployed.
got the tri-shots back in your weapons locker? Well, we've now got a few tri-shots lying around. I think it's easier to... an upgraded locker recharges faster than singles. So... yeah.
Whoa, I'll take that. We've got enemies incoming.
Alright, let's hide this one until you need it, so you don't...
Weapons locker deployed.
I'm down. Over here. Get me out. I'm okay. You're a lifesaver. Come on, man. Up and at him. Revive me. Man.
Make my friend.
Horde on the scene. Sorry.
Not too excited.
Oh, God, shit, I'm hurt.
Oh shit. Revive me.
We're okay.
Oh shit, I tried to pick you up and instead I opened up the weapons locker. Shit.
Drone down.
Help me up.
Dead now! Dang, missed it.
Why would you spawn me outside of the...
Oh, shit. I'm bleeding out! That was amazing!
Back off, man!
Nice one.
Oh, you see that? Okay then. Yeah, got him! Oh, this sucks! Look what I found! Got him! Oh, shit, I'm hurt!
I'm a bit of a cut-up.
Did anybody else see that?
I'm trying! Only 3 more!
Guardian marked!
3 left.
2 left! Gorgeous!
Yeah, M-bars. Where are there M-bars?
Guess what? You owe me! Well, that sucks! Two left! 5 left! Here they come! Securing energy.
Yeah, I'm coming. So where are they? Awesome. Got it. Got it. Cheers. That's okay.
Five left! They're coming in on! Securing the top!
Yeah, do you want to grab a tri-shot and take it out with a tri-shot?
Only 2 left.
Oh yeah, sorry, cryo gun.
5 left. They're closing in fast. Pinching this.
Not sure. I'd never really use a cryo gun.
Perfect. Tap's full.
Don't worry about it. We've got a pilot. The pilot's a walking cryo gun.
Tap emptied. Energy.
Yeah, he's got that ability when he freezes things when they've got low health.
Another wave down, and another wave to come. That time is full.
I've got the energy. Energy tap upgraded.
That'll work.
Time's up!
Nothing lucky about that. Ah, got him! You're shit! They're damaging the tap! Scratch one baddie!
Tap destroyed. We need to resecure it.
Well, yours.
Rip them apart from their guts to their butt.
Scratch one drone!
Why are you shooting at me?
A-level marksman here!
Oh wow. Wow. One hit from a juvie and I'm down.
Nearly destroyed!
That's insane.
Revive me! I'm down!
Hats off to both of us!
You're good to go. Blammo! Nice one!
Yeah, this'll work!
I'm 444. Ah, fucking juvie. One hit.
I'm 0000. Yeah, I've been depositing the whole time.
I see you!
We appreciate your sacrifice, oh brave pilot.
No, I like the claw better.
I'm bleeding out! Thanks.
Tap destroyed!
Nice work,
Let's
Gears.
resecure it. Now rebuild and get ready for more!
Nah, because the leech gets right up in your face.
Locker deployed.
Hey, Ben, because you've not upgraded anything here. Have some energy and put some perks on.
Take some energy.
Time's up!
Might as well at least get your ammo capacity up on your pilot so you don't run out of ammo so quick.
I'm no doctor, but I'm the next best thing. Medic!
Scratch one drone.
Get me up! I'm bleeding out! Medic! I'm down!
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a forge anytime soon. I don't think we're gonna get a forge anytime soon. That might be a bit expensive.
Tap's taking damage.
I'm up! I'm up! I got you, man!
We don't have time for this nonsense. Go.
I'm pissed now!
You better believe it. Coming. I got you. Protect the energy tap. Get me up.
I'm coming to you!
I was just about to get up.
Get me up!
Come on your feet.
Medic!
I wonder if
Energy tap.
it's worth putting barriers or not.
Help me secure the tap. How did I get so incredible?
Gets too difficult, does it?
I'm bleeding out! You're a lifesaver.
Yeah, perfect.
3 left!
Securing energy tap.
Only one left!
Oh, now that was some right bullshit. You need me. Double time it.
Revive me!
Guys!
Fucking
No, this isn't good. Brilliant.
Ha! Wrecked him! Rebuild and get ready for more!
sorry. I was thinking, I was like, should I be a sniper or should I do the nomad? And I was like, oh, I haven't done the nomad for ages.
Securing the tap. Yeah, nice.
Time's up!
Hey, look at my character. Is it me or is my gun invisible? Okay. Just looks like my gun's invisible on my screen.
It's a gift, really.
That was an oversight.
Am I what, sorry? Climate change? Am I climate change conscious? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I live in Australia. I'm in Australia right now. I live on the coast, and Australia's been having really extreme weather fluctuations for the past few years. So yeah, no, I'm pretty.
Pinching this.
Little bit.
Medic!
Yeah, the forest fires have been really bad. We've had some really bad forest fires in some of our states.
I'm bleeding out!
I'm down.
Oh, leech.
Over here! Come on, I'm not so bad. They took me out! Get me up! They're damaging the tap!
Look what I found.
So what do you want to do? Swap guns?
Ah, nice!
Alright, cool. Alright. I'll stick with my shotgun for now.
Stay alert! Stay alive!
Medic!
You're okay.
Thanks, Corporal. Ah, took a hit.
I'm bleeding out!
Oh, cheers. You can try that for a bit.
Let's go!
Got it.
Get me up!
I'm bleeding out.
Oh, the second you move anywhere near the base, you go down because they've got this more lethal modifier on. So they're so fucking overpowered, you can't move.
Medic! I'm down!
Everywhere, but also like near the base, because I mean I'm trying to get out just to kill the leeches so they don't destroy the fabricator. But as soon as I go out to kick a leech, I go down. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I wanted to try and help the pilot, but he got leeched.
Revive me! Get me up!
Medic!
Ah, I can't move. No, it wasn't you, it was the AI.
Revive me!
On your feet, Diaz.
I'm down!
Weapons locker deployed.
I'm bleeding out! I'm down!
Fucking hate leeches. They're the most annoying thing they invented in this game. They're constantly just fucking with your fortifications. Yeah, the matriarch's pretty tough.
Woo! Nice one!
Friendly fire. I'm not interested in dying today. Move!
Yeah, AI needs to be outside, and they keep getting in the way every time I try and move or take cover. There's AI in the way.
Oh, shit! Any bloody time now.
No, 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 I'll put it in the weapon locker.
Wait. Pissed off.
Shit.
Put it in the weapons locker for you. Put your chainsaw back in. There's a guy with a marker here, so we can steal it from him. Oh, there's a guy with a marker here, so we can take it from him. He's only gonna have like 4 bullets, but
Securing the tap. Help me secure the tap.
yeah, let me down this guy. Get him crawling.
And now to finish you off.
Thanks. Tap online.
Securing energy tap!
Oh, the guy who's crawling's got the marker.
Securing the tap. Finders keepers.
Yes, please!
Energy tap is full.
Energy collected. Energy.
Tap upgraded!
Shit. That was close. Tap emptied. Energy tap upgraded. That'll work.
Did you pick up the other marker? Oh.
Time's up. Here they come. Moving the fabricator.
Tap second damage!
I dare you! Get up from that!
Tap second damage!
Oh no, I killed myself so I could get another marker. Hey, there we go.
Come on, man. Get the fuck up.
Tap second damage!
Did anybody else see that? Energy tap destroyed!
I'm already carrying a marker, so I've got to swap it with...
Perfect.
Tap's taking damage! Tap destroyed! Let's re-secure it!
Grind him up! Need medical attention!
Well, your war's over.
Moving the fabricator.
the energy tap! Hey! I had that one! Oh, just what I needed.
What's not to like?
You're a combat medic, so you're always going to spawn with a chainsaw, aren't you? Luma! Got you. No, Luma. Exalted was down.
Oh no! They took me out!
Coming!
Slick shooting. You hurt, but not bad.
Tap's taking damage!
What the hell took me down?
Appreciate the help, mate.
Another dead drone!
Yeah, this is asking for trouble.
Shit! Down!
I'm down! Protect the energy tap! Hang on! I'm coming! Revive me!
Damn it! I'm down!
Hey, moron! I'm on your side!
Coming!
Revive me!
Really dead.
Get me up!
Give it up.
Clear.
Good to go.
Oh, yeah.
We should secure that energy tap.
Weapons locker deployed.
58,000, Jesus.
Take this.
Sure, if you
We've
say
got enemies
so.
incoming. I saw it first.
Oh, god damn it!
Here you go.
Choke on it.
That was all
Me, motherfuckers!
Well, your war's over.
Look what I found. Sweet.
Time you ate some lead, love.
Nice one.
another dead
Bot!
Tracker destroyed.
When do you learn to shoot like that?
Little help here.
Juicy.
I saw it first. Help me up. I'm officially pissed off.
That was bullshit. I got you, baby. Ah, took her.
Wow.
Go left. Oh, you're dead. Securing energy tap.
I saw it first.
Securing the top. Securing the tap.
All clear.
Help me secure the tap.
Ready.
Odds and sods. Time's up. Enemy reinforcements. Heavy marked!
Lock destroyed!
Too easy! Oh, get shit on, shithead!
They're damaging the tap!
In your ugly face! Good shooting!
Tap's really destroyed!
Revive me! Oh man, I love that sound! Heavy mark!
Got a TR1.
Oh yeah! That was fucking crazy! Oh, god damn it! That was bullshit! Protect the energy tap! Jibble, men! You're scared! She's empty.
Drone marked.
Energy tap destroyed! Shit, I'm hurt! Hey, hey!
I'm bleeding out!
Can you...
Thanks.
Reloading!
Time!
Reload commencing! Hold your fire, man!
Have some of that.
Oh, I'm pissed now!
Terrific.
Commencing reload.
I'm down.
Reload initiated.
Apologies, citizen. I did not see you there.
He has no ammo.
Yeah, he hasn't got a single bullet.
You will desist.
Yeah, he's got a cog to pick up right behind him. But I think if he moves an inch, they're just gonna shoot him. They're gonna eventually kill that fabricator, and they're just gonna walk in and.
Reload initiated. Unit reloading. Comply. Comply. Sharp out.
Alright, now you're fucked. Oh no.
Bring down your weapons. Reload commencing.
Hey, we got 30 seconds to regroup.
Weapons locker deployed.
Do you need this enforcer? Here.
Energy tap nearby. Let's secure it.
Can I take it? Oh wait, I already have one. Never mind.
We're out of time. Front up. It's a gift, really.
You're a lifesaver.
We've got a reject!
Get me up! Over here!
DV reject! To be marked! Wow, wow.
Securing energy tap.
Good.
That's a closed casket funeral for you. Grenadier spotted! Now you're really dead!
Well, your war's over.
Shoot me!
Revive me!
Good shooting.
Yeah, you're just a chunky little bitch.
Look, I got one.
Drop the bad guy.
Yeah, I think it's probably too far.
I'll take that. Ammo for me.
I've picked up a long shot. I don't know if we want to put this in the weapons locker.
Yeah, nice.
You want it in the weapons locker?
Yeah, this'll work.
Okay.
Down that energy tap.
If we're in my space. What would you? There's an enforcer in there. What do you consider more important, enforcer or a long shot?
We've got company!
All right, I'll keep the.
Hell yeah, nice one!
Okay, so I'll put the sniper in there and I'll take the enforcer out. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Time you ate some lead, love.
Reject!
Yeah, but we can't all fit in that room. That's the problem. We've got to kind of go out.
Hey, right up here.
Gotcha! Clean kill. You got him! Drone down! Tap's taking damage!
Back in the saddle.
Move!
Coming through you!
We've got a reject!
It's a gift, really.
Scion! My dad!
I do have stim, so I think it's working.
One dead Scion.
Look out! Stop!
Oh, God, shit, I'm hurt!
Damn it, I'm down! Feel better already?
Right, one stump down.
Securing energy tap! Just what I needed.
Whoa, I can't move. Oh, that's why I couldn't move.
You're good to go.
All right.
Three left!
I took a hit.
Holy shit! How fucking
Two left!
powerful is the enforcer at this level?
Yeah, beat down.
Nice.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Hang on! I'm coming!
It's empty.
Yeah, perfect! Energy collected.
Another wave
You
down,
got it.
and another wave to come.
Oh yeah! Weapons locker deployed. Everyone ready? Here we go. One dead drone! Fuck off, Scion!
How amazing is the long shot with this ability, with this reload
Well, you're
mod?
over. Well, that sucks! Bloody aces.
5 left.
Somebody help me! Damn it! Got him! Good save! Hello? Help! That's enough out of you!
We've got 30 seconds to regroup.
I've got 3,000. I'm ringing it to you now.
Help me secure the tap!
How much more? I got 4,000.
You need 30k more to upgrade. You need 58,000 to upgrade that weapons locker, don't you?
Tap emptied! Let's get these pieces of shit! Protect the energy tap! Good shooting! Don't push me, man!
They're on someone.
Yeah! Are you completely dumb?
Oh, that's some serious range.
Shit! Down! Revive me! On me!
Wow.
Oh, fuck. You should have used it. Oh, man.
One drop shot killed 3 of us. Dude, just suicide. There's no way. Because you've not got any AI or anything.
I need some help. Let's do this. Fun while it lasted. Yes, that was satisfying. Pow.
Back in your hole!
Shit, that was close.
How much was that shock sentry? Like 40,000?
Securing the tap. Time's up! I'm hit! Get back in there! I'm in the zone.
Yeah, you just a chunky.
Wow.
I was getting up.
Coming to you!
Got another.
I'm spotted!
I'm down.
Cheers.
Back in the fight, man. Damn grubs are tough. Yeah, nice.
Get me up!
I've got you up. Nice. Guardian.
Nice one, boss.
Gotcha!
I need ammo. Weapons locker deployed. Drone down. Only 2 left.
Only one left.
That's enough out of you. Solid. Securing the tap. Hell yeah. Let's regroup and get ready for more. Give me that. Yeah, nice. Weapons locker repaired. Weapons locker deployed. We got enemies incoming. Weapons locker repaired. Protect the energy tap. Incoming flashbang. Just gonna take this. Sire! You're in my...
No, I just revived you.
Yep, you're good.
Tap's destroyed. Let's resecure it.
One dead drone.
That was me. I was in him.
Hey, what gives, man?
Incoming flashbang.
I hit them.
I'm in the zone. Great weapons.
I can't even kill a guy with a knife without getting down.
You can't win this without me!
Heavy mark.
Shot out!
Down in front. That's enough out of you.
Got taken out.
Throwing shock!
Okay, let's do this.
Whoa! Did I do that?
It's done. Elite drone. Got him. Oh, now that was some right bullshit. Cheers.
You got him?
Barrier deployed. I got you, sir.
This mechanic's kind of stupid.
I got dropped.
The hell? Oh, fucking flying thing came in and.
Securing the tap.
Weapons locker deployed.
Barrier deployed. We got enemies incoming. That was bullshit.
Ah.
Behind.
Whoa! Did I do that?
Incoming flash grenade.
Scratch one, sniper.
Wow.
Hell yeah, nice one. Oh, god damn it!
Oh, I owe you big time, Sergeant Phoenix.
Sire incoming.
I get.
I owe you one. Feel better already.
Look, I got one.
Help me secure. I got your back, Marcus. Piss off.
Weapons locker deployed.
Scratch one, drone. Yeah, nice. Yeah, perfect.
Two left.
Gotcha.
Bastard.
That time is full.
There's a lot of M bars around.
Securing the tap. Shit. That was close. Yeah, perfect.
Energy collected. Energy tap upgraded.
We are so screwed.
Bloody aces. Weapons locker deployed.
I am amazing.
One dead pouncer.
Pouncer spotted! Shit, pouncer!
Not dead.
Ah! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh. Why? Do you want the Ember?
Protect the energy tap!
Tap destroyed. We need to resecure it.
Stop that fire! Incoming!
Throwing frag!
Could use some help. Mint!
We need you on your feet.
Fuck me, they are accurate.
Can't beat the best.
Marksman's out of ammo.
And here I thought you lot were tough. Tosser. Oh, God damn it!
Sure.
And I'm back up.
Okay, so I stand up and go down. There we go.
She's empty.
Nice shot. Fucking stay still.
So long. Piss off.
Weapons locker deployed!
Five left. Here they come.
Mechanic's dead.
Where is he?
Sweet!
Behind you, I think. Wait, no, that's Marksman. My tags are the ones by the tap.
Okay, this could be a problem.
Three left.
One left!
Alright.
Incoming shock!
Weapons locker deployed!
Hey, did you hear something?
Securing the tap. My ammo now. We should secure that energy tap.
Weapons locker deployed!
Oh, yeah!
Time's up! Here they come!
Snatcher.
Incoming flash! Revive me! I'm bleeding out!
It grabs someone! ammo. Snatcher incoming! Whoa! Incoming flashbang! Throw down!
Come on then, you scared?
Screw off!
Watch it!
Did anybody else see that? Oh, messy.
Thanks, Jack.
Good to go. Got another.
Weapons locker deployed!
Ball. Look at you go! It's adorable!
Help me secure the tap! That'll work.
All right, let's rearm and regroup. Weapons locker deployed. Thanks.
I'll take those.
Yeah, this will piss someone off.
Oh, brill. Perfect! We've got enemies incoming!
Weapons locker deployed.
Hey, yeah, I popped a tracker! Shepherd down! That is pretty gross, actually.
Thank you, Jack.
Tracker destroyed! Protect the energy tap!
Reload commencing.
I'm down!
Killing's my business, mate.
Yeah? What's up?
Another dead tracker!
That was beautiful, baby!
Popped another tracker! You will comply. You can't stop me.
Shock out! Tap's taking damage! Throwing shock! Too easy!
Medic! Unit reloading. I'm down! Another tracker destroyed! Get me up! Shit, that was close. Engaging target. Straight up outclassed. One dead shepherd. Attacking.
Only 4 more! Oh man, what happened?
Stop what you're doing. Bots on the blink. Someone take a look. Fuck.
I'm bleeding out!
Hell yeah, nice one.
Foz to the rescue.
Another wave down, and another wave to come. Sweet.
Securing the tap. And now we wait.
Yes, please.
Time's up! DR1 destroyed! That was bullshit!
DB down.
Oh, shit, I'm hurt!
I'm down.
Shepard down! Oh, you ran right. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. DB destroyed.
Throwing shock. Magic.
Transgressions against the gods will be punished.
Oh, this is my shit right here.
Nice. Throwing shock.
You're out of luck.
Shit.
Reload commencing.
Whoa, I killed you good.
Attacking.
Got another.
Oh, guys! This isn't...
Revive me! Okay. Now that was scary.
Sedition will not be tolerated.
Got it!
Reload initiated.
Oh, you're dead!
A-level marksman in.
Hell yeah, nice one!
How did I get so incredible?
You're dead now! Yeah, perfect!
Oh, this is my shit right here.
Good. Ammo. Ammo check. Get ready for more. Mine now. Securing the tap.
Now it's on.
Trade ya!
I saw it first.
Here they come!
commencing.
That was bullshit!
DR1, destroy!
DR1 down!
Reload commencing.
Fuck off, really?
I'm right here!
Jack ignored me when I went down and went for you and I got executed.
Any bloody time now. You're taking the piss.
Hey, we've got 30 seconds till
Reinforcements.
Weapons locker
Do you need that
deployed.
Lancer in the locker?
Weapons locker upgraded.
Let's get these pieces of shit. That was beautiful, baby.
Advantage? Me! We needed this.
Oh yeah.
We got him!
Now we're talking. All night long.
back to the fight. We got one!
I'll beat the best.
Shit, I'm hurt!
Friendly fire? One dead drone!
Grabbing this ammo!
On the blink. Someone take a look. Medic!
You're dead now!
Let's shore up those defenses!
We got company.
Have this!
Oh no! They took me out!
Check him out! Mr. Ugly's uglier! Scratch one strong! You're good to go.
Good assist, Diaz. Oh, this is my shit right here. Spots on the blade. Someone take a look. You're right bloody in front of me, mate. Get out of my goddamn shop!
End of story.
Not bad! Good assist, Diaz. Kate, you got this. You're taking the piss! Revive me! Clear! Yes, please!
Sweet.
Uh-oh!
Sup, bitches?
Thanks.
Oh, nice one!
I'm down! You got him!
No, that wasn't luck!
I meant to do that! Oh, shit!
Unit reloading.
Oh, get shit on, shithead!
Thank you.
Look what I found!
That's one down!
Nice job. Nice job.
Don't mess with a Carmine, man!
That's a close half of fuel for you.
Ah, in your ugly face! That's enough out of you!
Oh, good shot, man! You're dead now! Come on, man! You're scared!
him out. Mr. Ugly's uglier.
Ooh, just what I needed.
It just works.
Clear.
Yeah, nice. Securing the tap.
Good find. Don't mind if I do. We got company.
Hey, hold your damn fire!
That was satisfying. Well, shut your mouth.
Ah! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Oh, this isn't good. Can't keep a good man down, man. Oh, now that was some right bullshit. Medic!
Incoming fire detected.
Yes!
I blew your mind. Sweet.
Nothing lucky about that.
Weapons locker deployed.
Attacker down! Oh, look! You can shoot!
Shepard marked.
Gotta hurt.
Thanks. Thanks.
Engaging targets.
Look what I found!
Tap's taking damage.
Good find. Yeah, this'll work. Toss up. I'm down!
I'm still here, I think. I can hear you.
Not bad!
Cuddle.
Nothing lucky about
Cuddle monster.
Eat shit and die!
I'm exalted. Wait, am I in the party? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
That was amazing!
I don't know. I'm not saying anything because my mic's like messed up and stuff.
Finders keepers! Securing the tap! Well, your war's over. One more! Go ahead, keep coming!
Weapons locker deployed.
Time to fortify our position. Men.
Help me secure the tap!
This is a very cozy room.
Energy tap available. Let's secure it. Here they come!
Okay, sentinels.
Want some?
I saw it first.
Have it! Ammo! Come on, Africa, if you think you're hard enough!
5 left. They're gonna rush us.
That leaves 4! Scratch 1 drone! Last one! Oh yeah, I did that!
Oh, look at you go, marksman.
Time to build.
Tap emptied! Energy tap upgraded! Oh yeah! Here they come! Whoa!
Oh, PC marksman. Oh, that's just too easy. Yeah, you got the mouse. It's way easier than trying to do it with a controller. I'm using the long shot with my Xbox controller. It's much harder.
Stay down, you piece of shit! Protect the energy tap! Dead drone! Ah, check this!
Tap's destroyed. We gotta resecure it.
Juicy! One dead soil! Straight up outclass.
Oh no, the marksman's ruling it. Because he's got the explosive headshot as well, so they're close to one another, he gets extra kills.
Enough out of you! Clean kill. Your shit!
Gotta find some ammo.
Ow! Hey! I'm on your side! Reject terminated! Yeah, this'll work! Whoa, I killed you good! Good shooting! Perfect! take those.
Weapons locker deployed. I'm taking this. We've got enemies incoming.
Heavy spotted!
Party incoming! Heavy! This is my kind of fun!
Down and out. Heavy spotted.
Throwing shock! Back in your hole! Bang! You're dead!
When do you learn to shoot like that? Wrong mark.
That was beautiful, baby! Medic!
Go in.
Heavy up! Amazing!
Go down.
Don't knock me about that!
One dead drone!
Debug that!
Nice.
Yeah, perfect!
All clear!
Finders keepers!
Thanks.
Let's get these pieces of shit!
Heavy!
Whoa! Where the fuck did that come from?
Ugly's uglier!
He just like spawned in my face.
We've got a heavy!
Okay, I feel like a DL1 would have been worse.
Open the bin for recycling!
Revive me! Incoming flashbang! Throwing shot!
Sweet.
One dead drone!
Help me up. Coming flash. I saw it first.
I'm down!
Sorry.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah! You're blocking my shot. Get the hell up! Revive me! You take point.
Drone elite, mark! Heavy mark!
Weapons locker deployed. Throwing shock. I'll take that. It's a gift, really. Only 4 more. Whoa! Did I do that? Weapons locker deployed. One dead sniper.
Damn it, I'm down!
Perfect! Come on then, you're scared! We're clear! Shore up those defenses now! Yeah, perfect! Securing the tap.
Sentry deployed. We got company!
Clean kill.
Flashbang! Oh, just what I needed. DB destroyed! In your butt-ugly face!
Hostile spotted!
Ah, guys! Ah, this isn't good! Ah, oh shit! Oh shit!
Juicy. Nothing lucky about that.
Weapons locker
Jack
deployed.
just fell through the world.
Incoming flashbang! That bot is fucked!
Sharp shooting, boss! Drone elite! Sniper spotted! Nice!
Oi!
Sniper!
Throwing shock! Elite drone! Oh man, what happened? Good save!
Four left. Three left.
I think if you had a veteran and in one hand you had the retro lancer and the other hand you had a long shot, the long shot does a lot of damage, so that should refill your ultimate ability pretty quick. And then when you've got like a boss wave or whatever, then you use the retro lancer. You get ammo regen perk, so if you can perk him up a bit. Alright, my bet, Matriarch. Yeah, that's my bet. No, I don't know, I'm just guessing. I always guess what I'm going to get on wave 50.
Time's up, they're coming! Guardian!
Nice shot, Martin.
Take that! Don't push me, man! Dropped him!
That's a drone elite. Watch it.
Well, your war's over. Nothing but parts!
Nice shooting.
Ain't shit done! Oh, now that was some right bullshit! Shot out! Oh! You see that? Throwing shot!
I'm down. Block destroyed.
Die, die, die! Weapons locker deployed! Good save!
Shit!
We need you on your feet. Hey, Dick.
Incoming shock! Oh, I'm ready! Shit, walk it off! Let's go! down, men. You scared? Weapons lockers deployed. They're coming in on!
Antisocial behavior will not be
Now that was some right...
Fuck.
Guardian marked.
Right here.
Five left. They're gonna charge us.
Okay. Okay, I'll be up in a minute. I'm almost done.
Lethal force has been authorized.
2 left. Arms down.
Oh, fuck off.
5 left. Weapons locker deployed.
Five left.
I'm hit! Help me secure the tap!
Gotta find some ammo. I saw it first.
Nice.
Easy.
Nice.
Pog.
Oh. That was stressful.
You're actually crazy. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Alright, see y'all.
enough room.
Got 30 seconds to regroup.
Fabricator deployed.
Time's up. Here they come.
Securing the tap. Help me secure the tap. Medic! I've got your back.
Hang on, I'm coming!
Get me up!
We need you on your feet.
I see you. Hold tight.
See you later.
Only 2 left.
Save us.
Can always use more.
We've got 30 seconds to regroup.
Energy tap nearby. Let's secure it.
Time's up.
Ready. That was an oversight.
Revive me!
I got you.
That never gets easy. Missing the tap.
Securing the tap.
That was too close.
Frag out.
That's gotta hurt.
We've got 30 seconds to regroup. upgraded.
We've got 30 seconds till reinforcements. All set.
Scratch one drone!
Oh, look what I found!
Show's over!
Don't mind if I do.
Energy collected. Tap upgraded.
We got a little time until they come back in. Let's get ready.
Still got it. This'll do.